starting. She scored before hobbling off in their 2-1 defeat to Manchester City. Now, Palace pushed Brighton all the way in a 1-0 loss last week and took 3 points on the road at Leicester. Ex-Red Annabelle Blanchard's been key with 2 goals, with Katie Stengel leading the line against their old club.
Thank you very much, Sani. So we've got Patrick Bamford, Rob Green, Conor Cody all with us. These are the sounds of Molineux Wolves versus Manchester City coming up in 20 minutes' time. Clinton Morrison is there alongside Conor McNamara. I think, Conor, just because it was significant, let's just get a little reminder of that team news.
Yeah, Wolves who spent the international break, bottom of the table. Southampton's defeat yesterday saw Russell Martin side below them, but it doesn't mask what's been a very worrying start to the campaign for Gary O'Neill. First time in 20 years that Wolves have failed to win any of their opening 7 league games of a season. There's 3 changes in the Wolves starting 11 today. Probably most significantly a change of formation. They're going to revert back to a 3-man central defence system. Dawson Bueno and Totti Gomez. Santiago Bueno coming into the team. It's his first appearance since the defeat to Liverpool here in September. That'll allow Semedo and Aït-Nouri to push up as wing backs. Mateus Cunha is back in the team as well, which should be a boost for Wolves, but no disguising that this is a difficult task today. Manchester City, who had to roll up their sleeves to beat Fulham last time out. Marcus Silva's team did cause the champions a lot of problems. Arguably, Fulham would have won that game if the former Wolves player Adama Traore had packed his shooting boots, but he missed a few gilt-edged chances. Pep Guardiola, who's got Champions League commitments in midweek, who's got Arsenal to come next weekend, and that could be part of the calculations here. He makes 3 changes as well today. Edison in goal, Rico Lewis at right back. There's no Kyle Walker, not even on the bench. John Stones comes in for a Kanji. He'll partner Ruben Diaz, who's captain. Guardiola at left back with Kovacic and Bernardo Silva in the middle of the midfield. Gundogan will push on. Doku on the left, Savinho on the right, and Erling Haaland up top.
Clinton, there are 2 people with me in the studio who played with Adama Traore, and actually I want to ask you an Adama Traore-based question here, which is, obviously he doesn't play for Wolves anymore. He was massive, as Conor was saying, in those victories they've had over them. But do they have a player like him now? Someone who can really just get the ball and get you up that pitch?
Does anyone in the Premier League have someone like Adama Traore?
Well, Jeremy Doku's on the other team, isn't he?
Doku's lively, but did you see Adama? And listen, I know Walks really well, but he gave Carl Walker 4-5 yards the other day and went past him at the Etihad. I've not seen anyone do that to Carl Walker. So, no, it's going to be a hard game. I don't think Wolves have anyone in their team who's got the pace of Adama Traore. I think he started the season ever at Fulham, but they're going to have to find other ways to break down this Man City defence, because they can be got at. That was proved last week against Fulham, before the international break, where they did cause a lot of problems. But you look at it now, you have to be nice and solid and try and play on the counter-attack, because if you open up the game against this Man City team, they'll pick you up and it will be a long afternoon.
Fun fact that I'm just going to get in now, that Middlesbrough, the only team Manchester City have played in the Premier League, Pep, and not beaten.
Shock you mentioned.
Listen, it's significant because of Adama Traore. Patrick played with at Middlesbrough. That is the thing, isn't it? If you're playing somebody like City, a player like him is going to make a huge difference. So, like we were saying, looking at that Wolves team, I almost just want, basically what I'm asking is, does that kind of take history against Manchester City just completely out of the equation?
I think it's a bit unfair on the team if you say fully down to Adama, but I mean, he makes such a difference, doesn't he? I think that I've seen him do things when I was at Middlesbrough that, like, I don't even know if a sprinter would be able to do it. Like, he was so fast, it was ridiculous. And he's more now in the Premier League. I think he's kind of, at Middlesbrough, he's quite raw still, very, very quick, but quite raw. I think now you're starting to see it kind of come together a little bit more, but as Clinton was saying, if he scored against Man City for Fulham the other day, that's what he needs to do to put the full package together. But in answer to your question, I don't think Wolves ever play to him now, no.
Tell you what, Cross, you're basically saying we done nothing.
Yeah, that's
what you're basically saying, Cross. Yeah.
To be fair, in fairness to you, there was another player who was brilliant that day, and it was Raul Jimenez.
No, listen, I completely agree with Pat and Clint. He's one of a kind of Adama. I think the way he plays the game, he can get you up the pitch. But I do believe Wolves can hurt them today. No one no one expects anything from Wolves today, and sometimes that's the best way you can go into a game. And listen, Wolves have Aït-Nouri, Wolves have Cunha, and Aït-Nouri in a 5 is a different player. He's a different player. He can go forward. He goes forward a little bit more freedom. Now listen, they haven't got a player like Adama, but they have got ways to hurt Manchester City. It will be tough. Of course, it will be tough because they're the best team in the world. But no, they've not got an Adama, and it would be nice to have him at this point.
Crossy, I'm not just saying this because he's on here and I do like him.
Here we go.
No, I'm not just saying this, but the Wolves do miss a player like Conor Cody. I'm being honest because it's going out of the game. I've watched a lot of Wolves games. There's not enough talking. He's the one person that you can hear. I say it with Jordan Henderson as well. When it was during COVID and stuff and there was no fans in, you could always hear Jordan Henderson. It's just a dying breed at the moment with players that talk on the pitch. Conor Cody would organise that defence, get them up. So I'm not just saying it because he's on here, but Wolves do miss a player like that.
You could have said they miss a player like Max Kilman because he was playing for them last season, but I'm sure.
But Kilman was good because he was with Conor Cody. You do the maths.
I tell you what, Clint, I made up you coming on here because it's been all about Patrick Bamford this show today.
So much for Strikers Union.
Thank you, yeah, but Pat, you do your stuff, Pat. You do your stuff. I don't need to big you up. I bigged you up earlier.
Go on, Rob.
To be fair, Clint's got a point in the organisational sense, and Inter Milan has given everybody the blue tip print because they don't have an Adama Traore. They have energy, but they don't have the real raw pace of anybody there. But when they went forward with commitment in twos, maybe 3, and that was it. But they stuck to their guns. They worked so hard, and they got a point, and they were thrilled with that point. It's a big improvement for Inter Milan. I think Wolves need a big improvement today, but what they need is that commitment and the energy to get forward.
There has been another goal in the WSL at Manchester City. Maz.
She nearly made another one, but Lauren Hemp scored one, made the second for Manchester City, skipping past Jordan Nobbs down the left into the area, the cutback finding Jill Rudd, unmarked, 8 yards out, simple finish. Once more City have turned it around and they are moving back to the top of the WSL table at the moment. City 2, Aston Villa 1, 74 minutes played.
And how about this at Rugby Park? Kenny Crawford.
A massive moment on 87 minutes. Steve, because Kilmarnock lead Rangers by 1-0. Welsh forward Marley Watkins, formerly of clubs like Barnsley and Bristol City, has looked in after 87 minutes. Unbelievable. The ball just kind of looped over the defence. It was pinball in midfield. Marley Watkins got on the end of it. He just kind of clipped it kind of over into the side of Jack Butland, who was helpless, and he watched it trundle in. And Kilmarnock have a precious lead here. Rangers wanted all 3. They might be leaving with none. Kilmarnock 1, Rangers 0.
Yeah, so they are already 6 points behind Aberdeen and Celtic at the top of the league, who drew 2-2 yesterday. So, wow, I mean, that is a huge score, and it would take Kilmarnock up onto 9 points and into 7th place. They jump up 4 places in the Scottish Premiership. That said, it's not over yet, as Kenny was saying, 2 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Let's focus back in on Manchester City. Let's talk about the midfield battle in this game at Molineux. Rob, I'm fascinated to ask you particularly about Mateo Kovacic, because of course you were with him at Chelsea. Do you think he is now, can we look at him and say, OK, he is the person who has got that Rodri replacement tag?
Well, it's a big shoes to fill, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he has the intelligence, and he hasn't had that role before so much because his skills are different. Now, he scored a couple of goals against Fulham, and one of them was slightly fortunate. What I think, second goal where he's arrived really well, the timing's really good. But I think what will please Pep more is just before that, he steps across in a ball coming into the front man, and steps across, cuts it out, and plays it forward perfectly, and they're away. And that is the bit that I think they're saying, well, can he do that? Can he read that part of the game? He's got other wonderful attributes in pushing the ball forward, manages to push the ball forward past players without having an amazing amount of pace, without Adama Traore fear factor, but just knows where the space is. It's adding that other side. He's also got this really weird dead ball strike, and he hits a strike so it's not hard, but it's just dead. Matthew Hoggard used to bowl at cricket, and everyone say he hit the wicket-keeper's hands really hard.
Yeah.
And there's a few players with it who I can remember that would hit the ball, and you're thinking, wow, that really hurt. It wasn't travelling fast, it's just travelling dead. Now, he hasn't scored a lot of goals in his career. 3 in 7 this season is by far and away the best. I think that might be something he can add as well.
Connor, he's had a really interesting career as well, because when he was at Real Madrid, I think he was considered like a little bit more, not like a proper attacking midfielder, but certainly slightly more offensive than he's ended up becoming as a Chelsea and now Manchester City player.
Yeah, it's as if he's always been a little bit in the middle, isn't it? Doing a little bit of both, a little bit like an old-fashioned midfielder, a little bit box to box. And he was never, because now we speak about midfielders, don't we? We talk about a number 6 who sits in front of the back line like a Rodri, or we speak of a number 8 who's more advanced than a number 6, and them sorts of things. He was always in between, but I completely agree with Greeny there, and the word I loved that he used was intelligence, and I think to fill Rodri's boots you have to be an intelligent footballer, and obviously Pep signs a lot of intelligent footballers, and Kovacic is certainly that, because the way he's kind of stepped into his role, no one can fill Rodri's boots, but to see the way he's jumped into them boots and playing the way he is, I think it's been brilliant for Manchester City.
Clinton?
What about Kovacic?
Yeah, well, I thought so. I mean, by all means, take it in whichever direction you want.
Nah, I echo what Greeny and Connor said. He's a top player. I like Kovacic. Listen, they are going to miss Rodri. Rodri, for me, was probably the best number 6 in world football. But Kovacic is a fantastic footballer. He might not get around the pitch as much as what Rodri does, but he's a clever footballer. And Greeny's right. He does score spectacular goals. So I have to agree with the two lads. Thanks for coming, Crossy.
Thank you for coming on Kovacic. On Kovacic, please, Patrick, just to make it clear to everybody.
No, I was saying similar to what Connor said, really, that he's not exactly in the same mould as Rodri. I'd say he's probably slightly more of an advanced midfielder than a number 6, but he can do that role, and obviously the intelligence will help him. And I think he's a cracking player.
Is this the normal player list at Molineux? Has this changed over the years?
It's taken us off sync a little bit, isn't it? The music in the background. No, I've never heard that at Molineux, to be honest with you.
I tell you, Steve, what it reminds me of, there's a Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson gets in a fight against the Tatum guy, who's basically Mike Tyson, and it comes out to why can't we be friends? And I think that's a little bit like it for Wolves. It's like, come on, let's all, let's all get on. Let's be friends.
I'll say something at Leicester. We've said at the start of the season we want the playlist before the game to be a little bit lively. I hope Wolves are listening to this, and I hope they go back in and go, I need you to help us here, because this isn't what we need to warm up to.
Do you even know who it is out of interest, Connor? Because Connor McNamara, sorry. Don't worry, Connor Cody. I wouldn't throw you.
It's Elvis, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
Elvis, the wonder of you. Come on, Steve. Come on. You and your Middlesbrough
you don't sound confident.
Stats in the Premier League. Come on. Get a bit of world knowledge, kid. Come on. Come on. Get the head out of the football books. Come on.
I was worried that was going to be condescending until you said kid. Go on, Rob.
No, well, Connor, you weren't here for the anagrams earlier because Steve brought nothing, and so far,
dreadful. I do want to ask about one other midfielder. We're talking about midfield battle here, Clinton. He's not necessarily the first name that people mention if you do a Wolves chat, but I do love watching Mario Lemina.
No, but he's a good player. He's the captain this season. I like all their midfield. I think Andre and João Gomez, they brought in Andre this season. He sits there and he allows Lemina and João Gomez to get forward. I think Lemina's a top player. I think he gets box to box. He can get you goals. He leads by example. I think he's a good that midfield. I think today that's where it can be won and lost. I look at their midfield three. I look at Man City. Obviously, Man City's midfield three are fantastic. Those midfield three, those three are going to have to work ever so hard. But yeah, I like Lemina as a footballer.
I completely agree with Clinton. I think they complement each other really well, the midfield three for Wolves. I really do. I think the way they play, I think Lemina's, the box-to-box midfielder, how he plays, I think the other two look after the ball really well. I think João Gomez is fantastic. I really do. I think the sort of midfielder he is, I think he's brilliant. What will be interesting today is how disciplined he can be. I think being disciplined in there and staying in shape. I'm not necessarily always going chasing the ball, because it's going to be hard, because that's when Man City turn into their own and they start popping you. So how disciplined he can be in there, but I completely agree with Clinton. I think the midfield three is fantastic for Wolves.
I think having a back three in there is going to be important for Wolves, not just in the defensive sense, but also set pieces, because it'll take Lemina out of the 6-yard box. Because that penalty he gave away the other week against Brentford was just a joke, where he just pulled it down his opponent. And if you do anything against Manchester City, do not give them opportunities like that. So they've got to get it right defensively. They've got to get it right in set pieces. And if you've got key men out of the way like that, then I think they've given themselves more of a chance.
Yes, the other thing, Pat, about moving to that back three or back five, depending on how you phrase it, is those three central midfielders, Andre, Joao Gomez and Mario Lemina. They've got an absolutely huge task, but there's also one more of them.
So one more what?
Than there would be if they're playing a full.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay. Yeah, they do, because you threw me off there massively. The three midfielders, obviously, they're going to have a lot of distance to cover with the way that Man City are going to control the ball. It's more about closing the spaces down, I guess, so that Man City can't exploit it.
Yeah, and I think for me also, in terms of the way John Stones will play, John Stones or Rico Lewis will go into midfield. I don't know whether John Stones will play at the back and Lewis will go in midfield. So they'll have four in midfield there, Manchester City playing with the box. So it'll be so interesting. I go back to the word I used before in terms of being disciplined. They're going to have to be disciplined. I think the minute they go jumping, they go chasing, I think Manchester City will come into their own. They'll just start picking them off.
We were going to, Rob, have a bit of a chat about Sam Johnston as well and his form and the difficulties, but Jose Sarr's gone back in today.
Yes, and I think it's a difficult one that you turn around and say it's a really difficult start. When with Jose Sarr, you're saying, well, hold on a minute, he's been good enough for so many years, and then you're deciding he's not good enough, and then the other guy comes in and he doesn't pull up trees, and all of a sudden he's saying, well, it wasn't the goalkeeper after all. So it doesn't send a great message to either goalkeeper now. That Gary O'Neill's in a really difficult position, that he's going to have to manage that so well. It's going to take a lot of communication, a lot of arms around shoulders, because you're getting beat as a goalkeeper. Nobody likes that. You're down the bottom. Nobody likes that. To get pulled out of the team when you don't think it's your fault is something that's really harsh. And then to throw into the mix the confusion from there is going to be a tough situation for both of them.
I completely agree with Greeny. The one thing you need in a team sometimes is your keeper to be set. This is your keeper going forward, and this is being a goalkeeper is one of the biggest positions you can have in the game. It's one of the biggest positions you can have in your team, and having your goalkeeper set is massively important. And they've got two fantastic keepers. I played with Jose Sarr, and Jose Sarr is a brilliant keeper, so him coming out the team for Sam Johnston at the start of the year would have been really, really tough on him. So to see him back in today and that little bit of a chop and change is a little bit strange, but they do need that consistency with the goalkeeper. I definitely think that.
Full-time whistle has gone at Kilmarnock. Kenny Crawford.
And it finishes Kilmarnock 1, Rangers 0. A wonderful win for the hosts and a massive missed opportunity for Rangers, who stay 6 points behind both Celtic and Aberdeen and continue their unconvincing start to the season. Credit goes to Kilmarnock, who pounced in the 87th minute. Marley Watkins getting on the end of David Watson's lofted pass over the defence to poke it beyond Jack Butland for his 4th of the season. Kelly up to 7th. Rangers had earlier hit the bar through Cyril Dessers, but in all truth toiled and laboured in the wind for much of the game. Not the way manager Philippe Clement wanted to celebrate 1 year at the club. Full-time Kilmarnock 1, Rangers 0.
Big result. Right, players lining up as we speak ahead of Wolves versus Manchester City at Molineux. Remember, 4:30 full commentary of Liverpool versus Chelsea. We're keeping you up to date with everything that's happening in the WSL and the Women's T20 World Cup final, the Gallagher Premiership later today as well. Rob, thank you very much. Connor, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Rossi.
Cheers, Steve.
Patrick, I hope you enjoyed your debut.
Yeah, loved it, thank you.
Excellent, and we believe in verbal contracts at 5 Live, so will you come back again?
I'd love to.
That's what we like to hear.
Crossy, ask me. Don't worry, let's talk to the bosses, because that was a good 4 today. We need to be on more regular.
How do you know? You weren't even listening.
No, but I'm including myself in the 4, not you.
Sorry, yeah. You're now a package deal. Love it. All right, Connor, all yours.
When Clinton hears the word contract, his ears prick up immediately. Cross will have a bit of that.
Yeah, Connor knows me too well.
Right, Molineux is ready. The place is rocking. Even the sun is making its best effort to shine through. There's a sprinkle of blue in what had been very grey, cloudy skies earlier on. Manchester City around in their dark burgundy red outfits. Wolves in their old gold. Wolves who beat Manchester City here in this game last season. Could Gary O'Neill's team possibly upset the champions again? Extra significance, Clinton, on this one because of that Arsenal defeat yesterday. Yes, there's a hell of a long way to go, but City win here, they'd go 3 points clear of Arsenal, having played the same number of games. And Arsenal play Liverpool without Saliba next weekend.
Exactly, and that's a huge blow because the partnership with him and Gabriel's been outstanding. But yeah, City have to take care of business before the international break. Fulham could have beat City. I know Wolves, we were just talking about Adama Traore, but Wolves have to find a way to exploit that when City are attacking. But it's a massive football match for Man City to go 3 points clear this early in the season. I know it's early, but it's just
All on the back four for the champions. Mateo Kovacic alongside Bernardo Silva from the midfield. Ilkay Gundogan will push on. Savinho and Doku on the wings, and Erling Haaland, who's got 8 goals against Wolves over the past 2 seasons, leads the attack. Nelson Semedo here tries to come on the first attack of the game, but he puts the ball out of play, and the throw is taken quickly by Guardiola for Manchester City. And how Wolves would love a bright start to this match here.
Yeah, they have to stay in the game. They know it's going to be
beyond the centre circle is Ruben Diaz, past halfway now. Gundogan with the
are crucial to Wolves going forward. They're very good wing backs that like to get forward, but yeah, they have to quiet Man City and stay in the game for as long as possible and get this crowd behind them, Connor.
By this stage in their last game, Wolves were already a goal down against Brentford. Feels key that they keep Manchester City at bay for as long as possible here. City playing from left to right as we look down. Rico Lewis taking a throw back to John Stones, 5th Premier League game of the new season for him. It's only John Stones' 2nd start to the top flight this campaign, as Guardiola brings it up to the halfway line and rolls it infield to Ruben Diaz. Diaz, who scored an own goal against Wolves here last season, that game that Manchester City lost by 2-1. Stones with the white boots. Short pass back to Ruben Diaz. Played for Portugal in Glasgow on Tuesday night. Draw against Scotland in the Nations League. And Wolves sitting deep here. There's no big high press on City as they wait for City to come and attack at them. And eventually, Joe Gomez picks up a straight pass in the midfield. Wolves get it back. Dawson on the edge of the penalty area. Haaland pressures him. Savinho now pressures Totti Gomez. And Savinho manages to win the ball off Wolves. It's going to be the problem for Wolves. I have to wonder is today, how do you play through this Manchester City machine?
Yeah, it's difficult because Man City press, but then Connor, if you go back to front, Strand Larsen has to hold the ball up, and that's why you've got a big target man. So sometimes you have to miss out Man City's press and go into the big man up front.
It's been a tough start to the season for Wolves. They've only had 1 win since the March international break of the Premier League. But in their credit and in their defence, Wolves have had very tricky games this season. Played all of the top 5. The lowest team they played against was Brentford last time out, who were 11th at the time. But, you know, they played basically all the elite teams. City today, Arsenal, Villa, Chelsea, Liverpool. And I know all games are difficult and all the rest of it, but that's a particularly tough run they've had.
Very tough. And then they're going to have the fixtures after this one and the Brighton away. Then they'll have fixtures where you're thinking that's where they need to get results. Teams that are going to be in and amongst them. So if they can get something today, it'll be a huge boost.
City have it with John Stones inside Wolves territory. Plays it short to Savinho. Up against Dyton Nuri. He's grease lightning. Savinho goes past the wing back, sends in a low cross. Totti Gomez came out and challenged him right at the edge of the penalty area. The cross came in, but it was low and it was tame, and it was easily gathered by Jose Sa.
It's the first time I've seen Savinho. I've seen a lot of him, obviously, live. I mean, I've seen a lot when you're watching on TV, but to be here and witness him live, wow, he is quick, Connor, and he's really exciting. And he must be doing well if he's keeping Phil Foden and Jack Grealish out of the team at the moment.
He is what the computer Chambers would call a regen of Riyad Mahrez. He's even got the number 26 shirt. He looks just like him. Here is Doku into the penalty area. First touch for Haaland of the game. Takes it in a wide arc. Back outside the penalty area. Rolls the ball to Josko Guardiola. A few boos for Haaland there from the Wolves fans. They've got long memories of what he's done against them in the past. He's averaged a goal every 40 minutes, Haaland, in games against Wolves in his career so far. He got 4 goals in one game against them. City win the first corner of the game. Savinho's trickery getting this corner down the right-hand side. There's been an alteration in the officials' lineup. Richard West was supposed to be the assistant. He's hurt himself in the warm-up, so he's become 4th official, and Tom Bramall is now running the line.
I get it. I thought that you said, no, I'll tell you after this corner.
Savinho to take. Short run-up. Plays it towards the back post. Dawson missed the header. Came down for Guardiola. He couldn't get a shot away. And Totsi Gomes is able to clear it for Wolves back to the halfway line of Rico Lewis.
Yeah, so you mean the assistant, so the linesman picked up an injury. That's what you meant. And now he's all right. I thought you meant the 4th official. I was like, how has he picked up an injury standing on the side, having a cup of tea?
you could hurt your jaw.
Yeah, you can.
Here's Gundogan in the middle of the midfield. This is 5 wide for the BBC. 0-0 at Molineux. Wolves against Manchester City. Rico Lewis, 25th Premier League start of his career. He's become only the 2nd teenager to start 25 Premier League games for Manchester City, joining Micah Richards in the past. John Stones here, 10 yards outside the Wolves penalty area. And Wolves' tactic today is to sit and to try and contain. As Gundogan, quick feet around the edge of the tee, can't get away from Joe. Poker with Savinho, but wins. Dawson to his right-hand side to Santiago Bueno, the Uruguayan. That's a good ball in front of Nelson Semedo. For Wolves to break forward now. Matheus Cunha's made a run. Has played it towards him. Strand Larsen scores for Wolves. There's no offside flag. Wolverhampton Wanderers' first attack of the game. We've not played 7 minutes yet. It's Wolves 1, Manchester City 0. Wow, who's saw that coming?
It's a brilliant goal though, Connor. They beat Man City's press, and that's what you got to do. You got to trust what O'Neill's trying to do. Great little 1 and 2 touch. Bueno does ever so well. The centre half. He steps in, plays a great ball to. Nelson Semedo, and the ball in front of it. And Larsen, you were thinking it's just bobbling in front of him, and it just sped up, but he controls it with his left foot and into that bottom corner. It's a fantastic goal from Wolves.
Always likely that a Norwegian number 9 focused prominently today. It's not you know who. It's the other Norwegian number 9. It's Jørgen Strand Larsen. And Wolves have clearly studied how Fulham got in behind the Manchester City defence last time, and Pep Guardiola's not been able to solve them. What about this red atmosphere now? It was loud before kick-off, Clinton. Molyneux is rocking.
I've been to a lot of Wolves games this season and covered a lot, and it's never been like this. So that's what I say. As players, you have to get these crowds going because Wolves they've got good fans. But yeah, it's a great atmosphere.
Right, here we go then. So with Arsenal beaten yesterday, is this going to be one of those crazy weekends in the Premier League? Manchester City trailing away at Wolves. It's going to be absolutely intriguing to see what happens next. 5 live for the BBC. Wolves 1, City 0. The goal from Jørgen Strand Larsen. He's third in the Premier League. Here is Ruben Dias for Manchester City, who had dominated possession, dominated territory. Wolves, with their first proper attack of the game, have found the back of the net. Savinho right hand side. Good ball into Gundogan. What a touch. Bernardo Silva. What a save. Jose Sá, to deny his Portuguese compatriot, has pulled off one of the best saves I've seen this season. How he got across, that was heading right into the corner, and he's pushed it for the corner, which City have taken already. Doku tries to play it into the penalty area. Nelson Semedo makes the block.
What a save from Sá. He hasn't played. Sam Johnson, they brought him in, and he hasn't been playing. I'm sorry, but to come in from the cold like that, make a save from Bernardo Silva, it's a fantastic save.
Super shot for Bernardo Silva. He wouldn't have wanted to hit that anymore. More into the corner. Loads of power on it, but a wonderful extension of his body from side, full stretch with a stiff arm, and he pushed the ball away. Wonderful save, and what an important time to... Because I think if City had bounced back immediately, that would have really deflated Wolves. But as it is, they remain completely buoyant here as Lamina plays it over the top. They're in again. João Gomez down the right-hand side. City scurrying back. Gomez pulls it for Aït-Nouri on the edge to the box. Savinho attracts him really well. Aït-Nouri, who'd wandered infield from left wing back, but Savinho didn't ignore him, and City will try and break now, but Doku is challenged by Andre, and the loose ball falls to Rico Lewis. It's all 100 miles an hour at the moment. Wolves 1, Manchester City 0 on 5 live.
It's what we love, Connor. That's why we love this game. It's been end-to-end. It's a brilliant game. Andre makes a good tackle there on Doku as he breaks through, and we highlighted him before. He's an important player for Wolves in that midfield.
Rico Lewis at the centre of the park for City. Gary O'Neill is really animated down there. He's pointing his fingers. He wants this organisational system. Wolves have got something to hold on to now, as we can get news of how Manchester City's women's team have got on today against Aston Villa. Here's Mas for
Not as dramatic as last week, but once more City coming from behind to move back top of the WSL, trailing at half-time to a Gabby Nunes goal. It was a Lauren Hebb masterclass in the second half, scoring one, setting up Jill Rudd for the winner. Villa still without a league win this season. They were last on a worst run in the league at the beginning of 2021. On full-time, Manchester City 2, Aston Villa 1.
Thanks very much, Maz. Liverpool are playing at Crystal Palace today in the WSL. Like this, it was at 2 o'clock kickoff, and Sani Radjavajala has the latest from Langtree Park.
Yeah, 11 minutes gone. Goalless here so far. Crystal Palace, a newly promoted side, though, are holding their own so far. Liverpool with an early penalty shout that was never going to be given. 11 minutes gone. Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Thanks very much. A break in play here. Wolverhampton Wanderers player, I think it's a break. Is receiving treatment after a collision with Erling Haaland, but just a moment to take stock of what's actually, sorry, it's not Dawson, is it? Is it Bueno down there? Not sure who it's one of the Wolves players, so he's got his, we can't see the back of the shirt, and he's got the physios around him.
It's Larsen. He just went down. I think he's stretching his hamstring, to be fair, but Don't know if it's tactical, because we see a lot of players do that when you're under pressure at the moment, but he was stretching his hamstring, so hopefully he'll be all right, because after you scored, you don't want to be coming off.
Jorgen Strand Larsen. On loan from Celta Vigo. Third goal now for Wolves. The two before today came in high-scoring defeats. He scored when Wolves were beaten 6-2 by Chelsea here in August. He scored against Brentford last time out, a game that Wolves lost by 5-3. But that is a wonderful counter-attacking goal, and it is a template at how Wolves can cause problems against their illustrious opponents, as this afternoon progresses. 1-0 they lead for now. We wait for play to get back underway. A reminder, Monday Night Club tomorrow. Plenty live football coming up on 5 Live over the coming days. On Tuesday, it's the return of the Champions League. We'll feature Arsenal against Shakhtar Donetsk. We've got Champions League commentary on Wednesday as well. Manchester United in the Europa League on Thursday. Fenerbahce against Manchester United is our pick of the game. And plenty live football coming up, including Liverpool against Chelsea later on today, which you can listen to here on this network. The ball is back in play at Molineux. Nelson Semedo rolls it back to Jose. Footed ball is for the halfway line. Half an hour ago it was all cloud in the sky, but now the sun is blazing down onto the pitch and right into the eyes of Edison, the Manchester City goalkeeper.
Mario makes quick work of it, headed back towards Edison in goal. Of course, a bona fide legend of West Brom, Craig Dawson, made the switch to the Wanderers last season. Hasn't really looked out of place whatsoever. He's been at the club for 18 months already, and he's been brilliant. Potential left-hand side for Manchester City. Left edge of the penalty area is Doku. Short towards Vardio, who has more space for the intended cross, but decides to play into the central channel for Ruben Diaz. He looks towards that right edge of the penalty area. Is Rico Lewis. Brilliant ball inside. It's Bernardo Silva. And again, Wolves applying the pressure and disjointing City out of possession, and Cunha with a fantastic stride forward. A nice little 1-2 with Strand Larsen, and Cunha is away, and through on goal are the Wolves through the number 22 in Nelson Semedo. Oh! And Edison makes the save, but Nelson Semedo was bearing down on goal, and eventually City players did track back, but this high line nearly was caught out for a second time in as many 20 minutes. A fantastic 1-2 with Cunha and Strand Larsen, and most definitely Nelson Semedo was onside, bearing down on goal. Gvardo with a fantastic defensive challenge, and only forced a pretty dismal shot from Nelson Semedo, but what a fantastic start it has been for Wolves so far. And they do have the corner to make up for it. Delivered flat towards the back post. Here is Ait-Nouri looking to nutmeg one of John Stones. And it's cut out eventually. Here's Savinho in transition for City, and he's got numbers ahead of him, but that's certainly going to be a foul given against another Wolves player. I think there might be another yellow card for Wolves early on in this contest. I'm not exactly sure which player has been booked, but I think it might be Nelson Semedo. And yes, it is going to be the assist maker, and would be goal scorer if he was able to finish away. Just imposing too much of his influence. Left edge of the City attack. It's with Jeremy Doku. It's forced towards the byline, and he's forced to play it back as well, but he comes off the foot of Semedo, who, well, considering he's on a yellow early on, and two of the Wolves, let's say, back line are on yellows already, it's a bit of a cause for concern. Doku on the left edge of the penalty area, and this time it's Gvardiol. Short towards Kovacic, sliding it across the midfield third. Down towards that right edge of the penalty area, Savinho. And he's forced towards the byline, but it's going to be Mateus Cunha of all players is going to get there first and play the back heel towards Aït-Nouri. And it's the long ball attempted to play down the line is cut off by Rico Lewis, out for a Wolves throw-in. Couldn't think of more of a perfect start for Wolves. I mean, when they have had possession, play the ball into wide areas and unleash the likes of Nelson Semedo and Aït-Nouri and get them into space and allow them to attack the channels and cause havoc and wreak havoc. But City, you just feel like it's a matter of time before they can get their first of the afternoon. Central right-hand side is John Stones at the midway point of the attacking half for City. Short towards Kovacic. He's got space on his left, but decides to use the advent of Gvardiol, cutting on his right. It's Gvardiol, chipped in ball towards the back post. In fact, it was pretty low driven. It was out towards the right-hand side, but Haaland or Gundogan looked to get a head onto it. And Gundogan's playing very high up, almost more as a second striker, which is quite intriguing. Usually he's played as more of a box-crashing type of player, but he's almost playing two up top with Erling Haaland at this point, really. Goal kick out towards that left-hand side of the attack for Wolves. The City win it back immediately, this time for Savinho, but getting a foot in was the captain and Lamina. Back towards goal, it's Sar's fourth playing out towards that right-hand side. Gvardiol's able to chest it down and keep it in the City defensive half, across the centre circle out towards Rico Lewis. He's in a very central position now, just past halfway. Plays it back into the centre circle for Kovacic. And Rico Lewis, a fantastic job to keep out Kyle Walker out of the first team. Of course, not by his choice, you'd say. Doku approaching the area out towards the back post. It's rolled across the face of goal. And it's Craig Dawson who got the final touch. Out for a corner again. A corner now for the home side through Ilkay Gundogan. Driven towards the central channel. It's Haaland on the edge of the area. It's Savinho plays it back towards Rico Lewis. 35 yards out from goal. Left edge of the penalty area. It's Gundogan. Fizzes across inside. It's headed across once again. And Doku is going to play it right into the centre circle for that man in Rico Lewis to drive up the field. It's taken place of the club captain, who's of course still not exactly fit so far. It's Bernardo Silva on the edge of the area. Out towards Savinho. Nice little 1-2 touch on the edge of the area. It's still about 5 yards back of a step from the penalty area. Savinho once more. Interchanging passes with John Stones. A great little switch towards the left edge of the area. This time it's Jeremy Doku. Out towards Kovacic. Can't find the ball inside. It's space for Doku though on this left-hand side. Looking to swirl onto his right foot. He can't do so, and eventually, out of frustration, City give away the foul. Well, I'm not sure many could predict this. I mean, we can predict many things in football sometimes, but I'm not sure many expected Wolves to exactly get over the line this quickly against City. They've definitely had the better of the attacking opportunities, and they've looked pretty regimented defensively as well. If they could get a second, that could really cause a few headaches for Pep Guardiola's side, and they've not had to chase games too often across the Premier League season, as the goal kick does find its way into the arms of Edison now, as City will look to build up now in possession this time, as they look to reshape the line into a very high line at that, into the centre circle. John Stones passes halfway. 1-2 with Ilkay Gundogan. Kovacic. Lead ball towards Gvardiol. And again, Ruben Diaz shifted towards Gvardiol. Midway point of the attacking half for the Wanderers. It's again a nice little triangle executed, and they do earn themselves a free kick about, let's say, 35 yards out. They're taken quickly though. The left edge of the penalty area is Doku as he looks to twirl onto his right foot, and Gomez stepping in and giving away the foul. So it'll be a very obtuse angle free kick for Manchester City. A little drift away onto his right foot, attempted by the Belgian, and he's brought to ground, and the free kick will be arriving now. It certainly does relieve a bit of pressure on Gary O'Neill's job. Of course, they haven't exactly found goals hard to come by this season, having scored 10 this season. In fact, but they are the worst defensive team in the competition. However, conceding 21 goals across the campaign. Here is Gundogan with a free kick delivered into the central region. Savinho with an air swing. I'm sure he won't be too happy about that one. Here is Rico Lewis. Lateral ball out towards Ilkay Gundogan. Left edge of the penalty area is Bernardo Silva. Just outside now is Rico Lewis. 20 yards out from the penalty area. Gvardiol out to the left edge of the penalty area. It's Doku again looking to beat past Semedo towards a byline across the face, and it's battered away by Wolves, and Strand Larsen has space to run in, but Doku got there first. He has been all over the park at the moment. Here is Gundogan. It's lateral towards the central right-hand side as John Stones, and doesn't exactly find Savinho in space, misplaces the pass, and Wolves will regain possession. If you want to assess how much of the ball they've had, 24% of possession at home. Pretty remarkable, all things considered. In fact, in the last 5 minutes, City have had 90% of the ball, and Rico Lewis is going to drive towards that right-hand side, and an incisive ball into the area across the face of goal again from Rico Lewis, and Wolves able to head away initially, and Ait Nouri finds it down that left-hand touchline for the home side towards Totti Gomez. He's able to find it towards that left-hand touchline. Strand Larsen back to goal. He's brought to ground. No foul order by the referee. Wolves can't keep it in play, though, down that left-hand side. Maybe they just have their number at home. Who knows? But there's no conclusion to be drawn yet. Chris Kavanagh not awarding the foul initially, but midway point of the attacking half for Manchester City. Ruben Diaz. His pass picked by the home side, shall we say, initially. Midway point of the attacking half for Manchester City. Just looking to create space in that middle third. It was at left edge of the penalty area again as Jeremy Doku in the target man for so often this afternoon. Doku once more, driving towards the byline, across the face! Oh, it's a lunging effort from Ilkay Gundogan, but no one could get to the ball for Manchester City initially, and Stones is forced to head away. Strand Larsen in the centre circle. Here is Lamina, can't exactly get the ball away, and that was a crucial opportunity for City, and they're just knocking on the door, getting closer and closer to generating the all-important opportunity. Here's Doku down that left-hand side, left edge of the area. It's Gvardiol once more. This time is Ruben Diaz looking to drive forward himself, the central defender, towards that left-hand side. It's Ruben Diaz approaching the byline, and it's going to be a goal kick to the Wanderers. Of course, what you want to assess the games from yesterday, there's plenty of games to have feasted your eyes on, of course. The main sort of result was the fact that Bournemouth defeated Arsenal 2-0 at home. Huge win for them. Ipswich Town losing 2-0 to Everton. Southampton losing 3-2 to Leicester City. A huge win for Leicester, all things considered. They put themselves up into 14th place on the table. And head headed back by Gvardiol into the arms of Ederson. Play now restarting in the central left-hand side of the defensive half for City. Rolled centrally for Ruben Diaz in the centre circle. Here is Rico Lewis. Just literally on halfway is Ruben Diaz. Down towards Gvardiol. Here is Doku in transition. Isolated with Semedo. It's Kovacic across the byline, and it's again rolled across goal. But Lemina's the one who's able to get the touch away. Out for a throw in for City on that left hand side. In fact, it will be a corner. Well, what could they fashion for this position? They do so now, delivered into the centre. It's Sarr who goes down with a complaint. I'm not sure exactly what that's for, but have to look at the replay and see what he's complaining about on his foot. He looked to be okay though. Let's see what he can do here. He will earn the free kick. Headed towards that left-hand side, it's Ait Nouri in possession. Approaching the line, he's rolled across into the middle, but Strong Larson couldn't get the touch away into the back of the net, but it was the call for offside. City will hold the ball at the midway point of their defensive half down that left-hand side. Out towards Gvardiol. Out towards that left-hand side. Here is Jeremy Doku. But a race past Semedo that will be the intended target. That left-hand side. Here is Gvardiol, left edge of the penalty area. Is Doku. Short towards Gvardiol. He's going to pop one himself. Wow! He is a Croatian maestro. It doesn't matter if he's across the defensive line, but he finishes with a striker's quality. Josko Gvardiol, that is the energy they need. And it comes from the man from Leipzig to Manchester. He is really evolving into one of the best fullbacks / centre halves in the world. And when you deliver something like that on a platter, that is beautiful. Top right corner. That's all they really needed to do. Not exactly generating much from inside the box. Why not pop one from outside? What a finish. What a finish. In fact, Sarr did get a touch to it, but he just helped it on its way into the back of the net. Top right corner. How do you like those ones? Really blossoming into an excellent footballer. The 22-year-old Croatian fullback marks his second goal of the Premier League season. And I think that might be the impetus for City to continue to race forward down his left-hand side as kickoff does resume. Doku, that left-hand touchline now looking to break inside the penalty area. Isolated with Semedo. Brilliant footwork. He's brought to ground though. Chris Kavanagh having nothing of it though. And Wolves struggling to play it out of the back. They do so eventually down that right-hand touchline. It's kept in play by Ruben Diaz, but Strong Larson got a touch to it. Gvardiol. Here is Bernardo Silva. Midway point of the attacking half now. There's Ruben Diaz. Mateo Kovacic, midway point of the attacking half. Looking across the D, it's towards Haaland, but he can't get the touch away either. And City are just best when they play on the counter to try and generate balls into the box. But I think it's a case of just trying to execute the best intended game plan for Wolves at this point. They just need to hold on for dear life, really. Because City again win back possession at the midway point of the attacking half down that left-hand side. Now we look right towards Rico Lewis, central right-hand side, about 30 yards out from goal here, or 50 yards out from goal, you should say. It's Kovacic. Central left-hand side is with Vardio. Left edge of the area, it's Vardio once more. Short towards Ruben Diaz. Here is Jeremy Doku. Left edge of the penalty area. Breaks inside, driving towards the byline, and it comes off for Wolves player, out for a corner for City to take. Taken short. Now out towards the edge of the area. It's across towards Savinho, who's just going to pop one up, high up towards that left-hand side and over the bar. There'll be a goal kick for Jose Sa. He made a great save earlier on. It could well truly be a 2-1 or 3-1 to City if things had taken a different complexion. Now towards that left-hand side, flicked on by Lamina down that left-hand touchline. It's kept in by Wolves briefly. And Lewis has to do some chasing back. A bit of a baptism of fire for him. Didn't really track back for the initial goal. City hold it back in their defensive half. Now towards that left-hand side is Vardio racing forward. Past halfway, here is Jeremy Doku. It's out towards the left edge of the area. It's broken inside again. And it's Vardio again involved in the action. I mean, for someone that tall, and for someone that's traditionally played as a centre-half his entire career, the fact that he's able to drift into these positions is truly remarkable. I mean, all of 6'1", and he's doing all of that. It's pretty impressive. Towards that left-hand side from Jose Sa. Here is Ruben Diaz in the centre circle. Mateo Kovacic just picking a few steps forward. Stops in towards Vardio once again. Left edge of the area. Here is Jeremy Doku. Vardio once again. Punctually towards Ruben Diaz. Turns. And looks to find an avenue forward is Kovacic. John Stones. Right edge of the area, Savinho, 5 yards out. It's towards Stones, about 20 yards out from the penalty area. Looking to shift it across from left to right, from right to left. Now central. 1-2 touch from Gundogan. Central left-hand side is Vardio. Further left is Jeremy Doku on the left edge of the penalty area. Shifted across towards Vardio. It's Kovacic. Going to drive forward and get the strike away, but it's low driven and no one in particular is able to get a touch to it. And Wolves again can't clear it out of their defensive third, as City will still retain possession. Into the middle of the region is Mateo Kovacic. Rip point of the attacking half out towards Savinho. Looked for the neat ball inside towards Bernardo Silva. Drives centrally, though, does the Brazilian. The Wolves able to win back possession. Cunha now driving forward and beating past Savinho, who does run into the back of him. And Kavanagh awards a yellow card to him as well. And certainly has a knack for giving out yellows early on. Not exactly sure if that wore into the yellow, though. And Savinho was picked off, I guess, by Lamina with the sliding challenge. And Cunha just looked to race forward. And Savinho just... I'm not exactly sure if he put every inch of his intention towards the ball, but Mateus Cunha nonetheless does win the free kick for Wolves in the defensive half down that right hand side. It was Bueno initially. Pass was deflected. Bueno down that right hand side again. Vardio wins out possession, and I think Strand Larsen is onside. No, he's offside. Strand Larsen looked to be onside down that right hand side, but he wasn't. What a signing he has been, Mateus Cunha, ever since arriving permanently from Atletico Madrid. He's scored a lot of Premier League goals for the Wanderers. 12 goals last season, already 3 this season. There's a great ball played inside to the penalty area for City. It's Rico Lewis who looked to get the strike away. A great touch from Gundogan, and Wolves will look to break. Now, down that left-hand side, it's Aït-Nouri with space to attack. Strand Larsen waking at the back post. It's Aït-Nouri across the face, and it's into the trusty chest of Ruben Diaz. down that right-hand side against City will look to reconvene from a defensive position as Wolves looking to press, and it's back in towards the penalty area of Manchester City down that right-hand side for John Stones into the feet of Nosko Gvardiol. Just on halfway is Jeremy Doku, left-hand touchline, isolated with Nelson Semedo, looking to draw another yellow card for the Portuguese international. Gvardiol once again at the midway point of the defensive half, the attacking half for City, rather. Ruben Diaz exercising much intense out towards Savinho. Midway point of the attacking half is John Stones. Chipped out towards the left-hand flank. It's Jeremy Doku looking to whiz past Semedo potentially, but it's space for Gvardiol to potentially line up a shot. Looking towards a D, left edge of the area. Inside it was Doku, overhit the pass towards Gundogan, and it's in the arms of Jose Sa. Out towards that left-hand side, Totti Gomez looking to get the pass away. City win back possession, however. Down that left-hand side for City this time. It is Savinho down this right-hand side, rather. Approaching the right edge of the penalty area is Rico Lewis. Short towards Ilkay Gundogan. At the point of the attacking half again for City. It's with Kovacic down that left-hand side. Towards Doku, shifted across towards Ilkay Gundogan on the edge of the area, and breaking away was Raul Gomez down that right-hand touchline. He's brought to ground by Doku. Chris Kavanagh says no free kick there, and he was going to drive in transition now. Doku onto his right foot, short in towards Ilkay Gundogan down that left edge of the penalty area. Got space up ahead of him, loses his footing briefly, and Lemina's eventually going to fit it into the foot of Nelson Semedo. No one in pursuit for Wolves, and so City will regain possession. Now at the midway point of the attacking half for City is with John Stones, and a great ball out towards Savinho on the right edge of the penalty area, shifted across into the middle, into the arms of Jose Sa. So I think Wolves should be happy, all things considered, on their first half performance. Managed to poke a goal away from Manchester City in the 7th minute through Jørgen Strand-Larsen, but there's obviously a lot more to do. They need to generate a few more attacking opportunities to really put this game well beyond them. They do win back possession down this left-hand side, and it's in the attacking half. It's with Lemina. Now it's into the feet of Craig Dawson. City looking to press down that central area of the pitch in the defensive half for the Wolverhampton Wanderers. Here's Kovacic to the circle. Mateo Kovacic in the centre circle for Manchester City. This time Gundogan out towards that right-hand side, midway point of the attacking half of Savinho, looking to drive forward, and Ait Nouri, and Savinho still wins back the ball. Impeccable little looping ball from Gundogan. It's still on the edge, on the D region for Mateo Kovacic, and Wolves lambast it clear. He's out towards that right-hand side. It's Savinho approaching the right edge of the penalty area. This time it is John Stones. Midway point of the attacking half. On that left-hand side, Gvardiol. Left edge of the area is Jeremy Doku. Driving towards the byline and gets the cross away. Deflected off Nelson Semedo, out for a corner. Delivery now from Ilkay Gundogan. "45 minutes up. 2 minutes of added time. See what Gundogan can deliver for City. Potentially some magic on half-time. That could be the doctor's orders, potentially. Fashion into the middle. No one's there to meet it, though. Savinho clears it out for Rico Lewis out towards our central left-hand side. Here is Jeremy Doku. Out towards one Gundogan, who flashes in a delivery once again. Savinho looking to get the strike away across the D. Vario getting the touch away. Wolves looking to find their way forward somehow. They might have a chance now down that right-hand side. Pass is overhit, most definitely. And it's going to be into the feet of Rico Lewis, looking down that left-hand side. This time it is Bernardo Silva. Gets the cross away into the middle, into the mix there again. And Craig Dawson's there to clear out on the edge of the area for City. A great touch from Ilkay Gundogan. And now towards the left edge of the area once more is Doc, who fizzes past. Initially João Gomez. It's with Bernardo Silva. And eventually it's Gundogan, it's Silva, it's Lewis, it's on the area for Savinho, and a fantastic pin-perfect save from Jose Sa, almost an exact repeat of what he did about 20 minutes ago. It's even better this time. Excellent reaction save from the Wolves goalkeeper, who has definitely kept them in this contest. Flat-footed, Jose Sa dives to his right, and that is an impeccable piece of goalkeeping from the Portuguese international. And City will have a corner at the stroke of half time, delivered towards the back post. It's Vardo with the header. Wolves clear it away. That'll be half time, surely, from Chris Kavanagh. And yes, he has blown for half time. Jurgen Strand-Larsen opening the scoring on the 7th minute following a fantastic delivery from Nelson Semedo. City looking to pepper the goal of the home side since that point forward. However, they did end up quite successful in their pursuit with a belter from Josko Gvardiol. We will be back for the second half in about 15 minutes.
2010.
So doctors have given Sir Chris between 2 and 4 years to live, but he's posted on Instagram that he's feeling fit, strong and positive. The Hamas-run health ministry says at least 87 people have been killed and more than 40 injured in Israeli strikes on a residential area in northern Gaza. The ministry says several victims are still under the rubble. Israel disputes those casualty figures. Ministers say they will oversee the HS2 rail project to try to get a grip on rising costs. Transport Secretary Louise Hay says there's been a dire failure to control spending on the scheme to link London and Birmingham. And Elon Musk
team news for you. Dan Kelly starts for Leicester in place of Isaiah Parisi, so Will Wand comes onto the bench for the Tigers. It's Leicester hosting Gloucester in Premiership Rugby.
Already today in the Scottish Premiership, Kilmarnock beat Rangers by 1-0. Marley Watkins scored it. That means Rangers stay 6 points behind Aberdeen and Celtic at the top of the table. In the WSL, Manchester City came from a goal down to beat Aston Villa 2-1. Lauren Hemp got one of the goals as they go back to the top of the league.
Obviously the aim of the game was to win, and we managed to do it. We seem to keep doing it the hard way, but obviously we got 3 points in the end, and going into the international unbeaten, obviously is the aim. And yeah, games like that last season would have probably conceded or have gone on to drawn. So yeah, it's important that we learnt from that, and obviously this season managed to put things right and beat them. It was a tough game, and credit to them.
Talk me through then your goal, firstly, taking the touch with the head and then being able to finish it, and secondly your run for the Jill Roord goal.
Yeah, I mean, the goal, obviously it was a good cross from Layla. She managed to get her hand to it, so I just tried to get anything on it, and it happened to come off my head. And yeah, I mean, I knew the goalkeeper was off her line, so I just tried to kick it over her, and obviously it managed to do the trick. I think it was important to get an early goal in that second half. It's a lot of time to get a second. And obviously, yeah, I knew where Jill was going to be. I feel like we've got a really good connection, and we trained hard to work on that. So yeah, it was a great finish by her.
Lauren Hemp there speaking to Sarah Mulkerrins. Lots of action in the WSL this afternoon. We will keep you right up to date in the Championship. Second placed Sunderland can go back to the top of the league this afternoon. They're away at Hull City. Rob Law.
They've been a surprise package in the Championship this season. And if history is anything to go by, I probably fancy their chances this afternoon. The Black Cats unbeaten in 6 league visits here, stretching back 9 years. Regis Labrise names an unchanged side from the one that snatched a point against Leeds. As for Hull, it felt like they'd turned a corner early this month. They'd won 3 on the spin until they were thumped 4-0 at Norwich just before the international break. Their heaviest defeat in the league for 2 years. Tigers boss Tim Walter makes 4 changes, amongst them first starts for ex-Wigan defender Charlie Hughes after surgery on his appendix. Gustavo Poeta, who's on loan from Bayern Munich, starts, so Liam Miller and Oscar Zambrano drop to the bench. Worth pointing out, Steve Hull spent the international break in Turkey for warm weather training. Back to reality this afternoon. Wind and rain swirling into the stadium. Turkey, it is not. Kick-off moments away.
Thank you very much, Rob. So once we're done with Wolves, Manchester City, second half on the way, 1-1 at the moment. We'll be focusing in on Liverpool, Chelsea at 4:30. Full commentary from Anfield on 5 Live. Correspondent John Murray is there. Good afternoon, John.
Yes, good afternoon, Steve.
I just think we're going to learn quite a lot today about these two, maybe.
Yeah, I would say so. In the match programme today, Arne Slot says that Chelsea are the strongest opponents they've yet, and I don't think there's too much disagreement with that. Yeah. They've won 9 of their first 10 matches, so no other Liverpool manager has had a start as good as that. But against Chelsea, who themselves have not lost the league since the first weekend of the season, and before they drew 1-1 with Forest just before the international window, had won 5 in a row. So, you know, they've impressed many, haven't they? And I think as well for Liverpool, this is where it steps up as you look at the fixtures that they've got ahead. This today, go to Leipzig in the Champions League in midweek, then it's Arsenal at the Emirates next week, then the couple of matches against Brighton, then Xabi Alonso's Bayer Leverkusen, then Aston Villa, and not far beyond that, Real Madrid and Manchester City. So you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do. Can you paint us a picture of Leon Osman? Because I was just listening to Rob Thor tell us about the weather there, and this is the start of the season where he starts to struggle.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be, because it is exceptionally mild.
Is it?
Yeah,
no, it's not.
It's exceptionally mild.
The sun's out, but it's cold, Steve. I've got my big coat on. I've got my hood up. Yeah, it's the winter months have approached.
Hopefully you'll get the sort of game to warm you up, Leon, etc., etc.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I mean, the two teams on paper in good form. They're two teams with some very wonderful players, really blessed with what managers have got available. Two teams full of confidence coming into the fixture, and you know, as John just pointed out, a big game for Liverpool, especially. I feel with, you know, the great start to the season. There's been talk about being an easy start, and they should have won this game, the game so far. But this is a test. This is an informed Chelsea team coming to Anfield, and you know, they'll see how it turns out.
And I mentioned this earlier with Conor Cody, Patrick Bamford and Rob Green, Leon, that if Chelsea were to win this today, you know, they'd go above Arsenal, and the "Are you challengers?" question will inevitably come, and understandably so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're near the top of the league, why wouldn't those questions start to be asked? And, you know, I think Maresca's done a fantastic job. I wasn't sure he'd be able to get Chelsea this competitive so soon. I thought it was a job that would take at least, you know, the majority of the season and probably into next season before you started to see them gel together. But no, I mean, he has got a ridiculous amount of quality within the squad. You know, so many players to choose from, but it's about managing the squad and making sure the mentalities are right and making sure that everybody's pulling in the direction, which isn't always the case, because you've got a number of players that aren't happy because they're not involved. But it's finding a way of making the squad happy, and he seems to have done that, and you see in the way they're playing and showing that on the pitch.
More question marks still about Chelsea than Liverpool, John?
I think so, yeah. I think you would say that, but I think he's done a mightily impressive job of really sorting, in inverted commas, the wheat from the chaff. And I think you do also have to mention the fact that Duck had been put in order at the end of last season, the way that they finished the season under Mauricio Pochettino. So there was definitely something to build on there as well. But I think that when you look at the talent of the squad, the form of the squad, what this team is capable of doing, the amount of money that's been spent in the couple of years that these owners have been at the club, then this is exactly where they should be.
It's going to be an interesting one. Liverpool-Chelsea at home.
Wanderers, Tommy Doyle, of course, as tricky as they come, has registered only one Premier League appearance for Manchester City in 2019. And his debut for them against Southampton in the EFL Cup. He also spent time at Sheffield alongside James McAtee as well, who features on the bench. Right hand side, he's nutmegged him, has he? Well done from Jeremy Doku, but it's still not exactly cleared by Wolves. They eventually do, following the attempted overhead clearance. It's Lamina back towards Jose Sarr, who's got to clear it long into the attacking half for the Wanderers, but it's right into the midfield centre circle. Mateo Kovacic. Central right hand side here is Ilkay Gundogan. Right hand touchline, Doku. What can he do against when and I think the last touch came off a Wolves player. It will be a City throw-in though. It's Doku. Midway point of the attacking half for City. Down that left-hand side, left edge of the area is Savinho. And great work by Wolves again, as they able to get the ball away for a throw-in for City. Now Ruben Diaz, left-hand touchline, Savinho Driving towards the byline, gets the cross away into the middle. It's Haaland. No, he can't get a touch to it. And Wolves able to clear the ball high. Strand Larsen involved as well. Cunha back to goal. No one's there though for the Wanderers, and again City mop up. But the ball down the left-hand side was misplaced, and so we'll see the Wanderers regain possession. And probably Haaland has not had a good game by his standards. He's barely touched the ball. In fact, he's only made just about the 4 successful passes this afternoon. Did have one distinct strike on target, but very low XG at that. Is Cunha with the initial chest down towards Strand Larsen, and Cunha is offside upon the attempted ball received. Left hand side is Vardiol in the midway point of a defensive half for City. Now in the centre circle is Rico Lewis. Now past halfway towards Vardiol, central left hand side, and incisive ball towards Haaland. He bodies off Craig Dawson, but misplaces the pass towards Savinho. And so the Wanderers will have the throw in. Then right hand side in their defensive half, Semedo. If you want to look at the touches in the opposition box, Wolves have had 2, City 50. Which is ridiculous considering that the only touches they've had has been the goal, one, the second one being the one-on-one chance for Nelson Semedo. Savinho breaking towards that left-hand side. Nelson Semedo providing very good cover as he draws it back towards Ruben Diaz. More central now in the attacking half for City, having to knock it around in that left-hand side. Here is Savinho inside the box towards VAR. In maroon, usually sky blue though. Let's see what they can fashion from this position. Manchester City. Here is Ilkay Gundogan towards the back post. Wolves get a head in. Right out to the penalty area. This time is Doku. Twirling onto his left. Kovacic just beyond the D. Shifting towards the back post. No one's there to meet it. Wolves goal kick. Oh, this is a distinct opportunity for them to get something going forward for them. Maybe a bit of energy would be required for the away side. A bit more of a creative spark, you'd have to say. Here is Jeremy Doku down that right-hand touchline at the midway point of City's attack. Plays it back towards Rico Lewis. Is going to stride into his central channel. It's picked up by Kovacic. On the D region, it's out towards Savinho, looking to break inside again. It's cut off by Nelson Semedo, and Wolves will look to attack and stride forward here. Down this left-hand side is Matheus Cunha, past halfway in the centre circle. He's able to retain and hold the ball, but he just one touch too heavy and one touch too much. Here's Bernardo Silva just on halfway. Now is Ilkay Gundogan, who's got space to work with, and he attempted to play the long ball out towards that left-hand side, but I guess City just going to utilise the same tempo this time with Jeremy Doku. Now that counter-attacking opportunity is more just gone so far. Here is with Vardiol. Central left-hand side now is with Savinho. Vardiol now with Ruben Diaz beyond the D region, and a fantastic save from Sarr again. Now to his left. He's gone to his right, gone to his left. He'll save it all afternoon. A great long pop from range, and Ruben Diaz just looking to cause Sarr a bit of trouble, and he did so. He's having a great game. Another significant save for him. Jose Sa. Delivered short towards Doku. And a curling effort. And it's over the bar for a goal kick. We'll look at the two benches for this afternoon. Gonzalo Guedes, Pablo Sarabia, Carlos Borges. Also a very notable player for Wolverhampton. I mean, considering that he is, of course, formerly of Manchester City's youth academy. Side of the coin you'd want to fall in line with. So goal kick has found its head on Phil Stones, and it's going to be out for a Wolves throw-in, but they just cough up possession yet again. Vardiel down the line, this time for Bernardo Silva. That's a sweet flick towards Savinho, midway point of the attacking half, and Gundogan looked to receive in possession, but just gives away the foul, does one Joao Gomez. A bit unsuccessful in his pursuit, the former Flamengo midfielder. Savinho down that left-hand side. Here's Vardiel. 5 yards out from the penalty area. Ruben Diaz shifted towards the central right-hand side this time. John Stones, the incisive ball attempted. It's picked up by Aït-Nouri, however. The Wolves will look to get numbers forward. Cunha asking for numbers. It's Aït-Nouri down that left-hand side, providing pressure. They're bearing down on goal, potentially. Mateusz Cunha from range! Oh! That could have been in the bottom right corner, but Ederson was outstretched, and it just drifted wide of the goal. But a great opportunity for Mateusz Cunha. A pivotal opportunity for the home side to potentially regain their lead. Mateusz Cunha, who's been the man of the moment this afternoon, has arguably put Wolverhampton in these positions. In City, again, from a defensive position, they've looked pretty poor in trying to defend it at the very least. Here's Savinho. And Wolves again exercising more defensive resilience and fragility as they look to break down this right-hand side. Semedo towards Strand Larsen, past halfway down that right-hand side. The flick onto Semedo, but a great defensive lunging challenge from Joskos Vardiel, and it's into the centre circle. Haaland gets a touch out towards this left-hand side in transition for Savinho, approaching the left edge of the area. Lofted towards the back post. It's Haaland with the attempted header, but it was to the head of Totti Gomez first. Well done from the Portuguese international in Bernardo Silva. It was towards the Brazilian international in Savinho, towards the back post. Again, Totti Gomez, the Portuguese defender, with the header. Did incredibly well. His first full season as a fully fledged Premier League player, as a starting quality Premier League player, was last season, and he's really come into his own recently. That is just great technical acumen from Joao Gomez. As the Wolves with a healthy spell of possession now, but they cough it up immediately. Rico Lewis into the attacking half for City down this right-hand side. Got options in the middle. Bernardo Silva. And it's back towards Lewis, approaching the D. It's out towards the right-hand side. Hard for Doku to reach. It's across the byline. And Doku's forced to turn away and play it towards the right edge of the penalty area. This time as Rico Lewis interchanging passes with Gundogan, and City just going to relax a little bit. And this left edge of the penalty area this time is Savinho. Twirling onto right on the edge, into the more central channel. Back of a step is Kovacic. The 1-2 across the D once more. Flicked in towards Savinho. To eye up the shot. It's crossed away again. Deflected off. You guessed it, a Wolves player. Nelson Semedo, the target at that. And it will be a corner. Phil Foden is going to make his introduction on the 59th minute mark. And if I were to guess a player you take off, it'd be one of Savinho or Jeremy Doku, who's had a great game. Lofted into the middle again, but it might be a goalmouth scramble. It's into the trusty arms of Jose Sa. So coming out of his box to get it away was Edison. And here's Vardiol racing down that left-hand side. Savinho, left-hand touchline, driving towards the left edge of the penalty area, turning away initially. Here is Vardiol. Has to ask, plenty of this Wolves defence. It's Vardiol again, driving into a central channel. And, again, City just misplaced the pass, something they don't often do. But Wolves, again, give away possession as they look to play it down the line. Into the centre circle, here is Rico Lewis. On 60 minutes now for Manchester City. Now it is with Ruben Diaz now towards that left-hand side. Here is Savinho. Looking to shift it into the penalty area, but it's out away by Wolves. And Vardiol's going to possession at the base of midfield for City. As Doku now gets to it first. A bit of a scramble in the midfield for City in their attacking half. Savinho down that central left-hand side. Now it's with Kovacic. Just left towards Bernardo Silva. City just a bit deeper now at the midway point of the attacking half. Out towards that left-hand side. It's Savinho on the edge of the penalty area. Rolled across towards the D region, and Kovacic goes to ground right below the penalty area. I think it just might be on the line, in fact, and it will be a free kick, I think. I definitely think it's going to be a free kick right on the edge of the penalty area. Mateo Kovacic is looking to stride forward. It was clipped right on the D. So it's going to be a bang slap central free kick for Manchester City. And, you've got a dead ball specialist in Bernardo Silva, Savinho, Phil Foden. Phil Foden not on the pitch yet, of course, but could bring him on just for the free kick. Would be exactly the worst thing to do. But City, 61 minutes gone. This is a pivotal phase in the match. Ruben Diaz, Bernardo, Savinho. Everyone's going to have something to say about this potential opportunity. What might be the choice, though, that City decide to make? Chris Kavanagh just giving some instructions as to where to take the free kick. And it's going to be Ilkay Gundogan and Savinho standing over this. It's right on the edge of the penalty area. It's in the D region. And Kovacic just trying to marshal past Joao Gomez. And he's been given a yellow card. That is very petty, I have to say. Not entirely sure about that one. Interesting nonetheless. Joao Gomez given a yellow card for his just being a bit cheeky. It's Gundogan, and it's into the wall and out for a corner. And so Ilkay Gundogan is going to make the long walk up to take the corner. There is Ilkay Gundogan to take the goal, to take the corner. Towards the central region, it's towards the D, out towards Kovacic. It's a fizzed across goal again. It's right into the trusty feet of Jose Sa. Picks up the ball. And he's going to play it high and long into the Wolves attacking half. Kovacic looking to lump it over. Craig Dawson. Toti Gomez now. Lamina with a bit of a fizz over there, but it's into the centre circle. This time for Savinho to break into space and drive down that right-hand side. Beats past several players. Savinho down on that right-hand side. Misplaces the pass. And looks like Wolves are able to retain possession. No, in fact, no, they can't. Rico Lewis down that right-hand side, approaching the byline. It is Bernardo Silva. And Totti Gomez is giving away possession. It'll be a throw-in for City in line with the right edge of the penalty area. Here is Doku. Beats past one excellently and driving into the penalty area across the face of goal. Gundogan! And it takes a deflection into the arms of Sarr. Was fairly low driven though. And still, Phil Foden waits to come on, but as we do see the ball rolled out to Nori in the defensive half for Wolverhampton Wanderers in the centre circle. Touch inside was João Gomez, out towards the central left-hand side this time. It is Santiago Bueno. Here's Totti Gomez. Doyle. It's towards Jose Sarr. Forced to lump it forward. The only player in pursuit was Strand Larsen, who's might win out here, but Rico Lewis did well, the young defender. Midway point of the defensive half is Mateo Kovacic. Vardio. In the centre circle now is Ruben Diaz just striding forward, nearly lost it. Left-hand touchline, Savinho, the midway point of the attacking half for City. Rolled back towards Vardio in the central left-hand side. And, a heavy touch from Kovacic. Strand Larsen looked to pick it off initially, but City just have that poise and technical acumen to just keep themselves in possession. Central right-hand side is Jeremy Doku. Shifted out towards that right-hand side, and Nori with a strong challenge. An immense strong challenge on him. And he's going to try and hold off Doku, and the last touch came off the Belgian. And this will signal the change to be made. And in fact, his number has been called, Jeremy Doku. He'll be coming off. And oncoming is Phil Foden. Well, he hasn't exactly started too many games this season. Could this be the first one where he really starts to crack into form and provide a game-changing impact? So another change for Wolves as well. Mateus Cunha has been called to come off. Carlos Forbes. We'll call him Carlos Forbes for the intention of this. Has a very unique story, of course. Born in Portugal, spent only just the 1 year at Sporting Lisbon and spent 8 years in the Manchester City Academy. This will be a very, very awesome moment for him. Utilising his mother's surname in Carlos Forbes. And here is a breakaway is Doyle. He's got numbers up ahead of him, and Carlos Forbes, in fact, down this left-hand side, his first touch of the ball, as he looks to break into the area. Carlos Forbes on his left foot. Oh, he looks across the face of goal towards Strand Larsen. He couldn't have the pace to poke it home, but a great first introduction for Carlos Forbes. That was a great lung-busting run. Vardio couldn't reach it on his left-hand side. He broke into the box. I'm not sure if there was a shot, maybe a cross-come shot, maybe. But a good first introduction for the young attacker / winger. Listed on many websites as 1.70 m. I can guarantee you he is a lot taller than that. Central side of the pitch, left-hand side is Savinho, and Semedo's going to beat past him. He can't exactly. Rolled short towards Vardio on the edge of the area. This time it is Ruben Diaz about 10 yards out from the penalty area. Left-hand side again, left edge of the area is Savinho. Back towards Vardio. Ruben Diaz. Again, Wolves just trying to set it up as high as possible, but trying to keep out the City attack. I feel like they know that if they're able to get one more goal, they just have to hold on. But for now, it's just survival mode. Here's Phil Foden with his first touch down this right edge of the penalty area. Looking to open up the angle. It's with Ruben Diaz down that central side of the pitch. And Carlos Forbes just got a touch to it, and he's just pressing with so much intent on Oscar Gvardio. Here is Ruben Diaz down that central left-hand side. Savinho. Back with Ruben Diaz. Back with Ilkay Gundogan. Midway point of the attacking half for City. It's with Josko Gvardiol, forced left toward the left edge of the area. Savinho, the touch inside towards Rico Lewis. But Lemina with an immense sliding effort. He's been fantastic today as well. There's Mario Lemina. Midway point of the attacking half again. This time it is Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol. Out towards that central right-hand side. Stones. Foden. Now it's Bernardo Silva back towards Foden. Midway point of the attacking half is John Stones. Now it is Bernardo Silva. Fall short again. Here is John Stones. It's Diaz. And again, about 12 yards out from the penalty area. It's Bernardo Silva breaking inside the box. Haaland could get a touch to it. Savinho! And he just, with the first time ball, fires it over the bar towards the right-hand side. That was a golden chance for City. That was a big, big opportunity for them. And Jack Grealish is going to come on. I would say Savinho would be taken off for him. Looking to opt for more experience today, and you really can't blame them, all things considered. Midway point of City's defensive half this time, it is Ruben Diaz. And they're just coming with a bit more intent, a bit more intensity. Out towards Ruben Diaz. Midway point of the attacking half, it is Gvardiol. Now it is with Savinho. Left edge of the penalty area, rolled short towards Gvardiol once more. Savinho again. Dwelling onto his left. Again, it's Savinho just being completely checked by Nelson Semedo. He's been fantastic from a defensive position despite giving away the yellow card. Rolled across goal, but Lemina's going to get there. And Carlos Forbes has space to work with. And Foden's tracking back as much as he can into the attacking half for the Wanderers. Carlos Forbes enforced to track back and play it towards Ait Nouri. And, well, it's actually City, the ones that are sitting back at the moment, trying to retrieve possession. This time it is Totti Gomez plays it back towards Jose Sarr. More of a holding pattern, but Wolves looking to play out from the back here as much as they possibly can. But again, Jose Sarr has to just play out long, but the header does come to the way of Ait Nouri. And he finds space in the attacking half for the Wanderers. Here is Lemina looking to shoulder off Savinho. At the midway point of the attacking half for the Wolverhampton Wanderers, Nelson Semedo on the right edge of the penalty area. Plays it back towards Lemina. Wolves have to cherish this opportunity that they have to attack. Here is Ait Nouri. Nice little few pieces of football here from Wolves. They look to go from right to left now, back into the defensive half for the home side, this time with Totti Gomez. And Jose Sarr is going to loft it towards Carlos Forbes, who can keep it in play initially on Rico Lewis. I think him and Carlos Forbes would have definitely known each other pretty well, say. I think he can't keep it in, he'll be out for a free kick, or a throw in, I think. Jack Grealish is going to make his introduction for Savinho, as expected. Not exactly as flashy as Doku and Savinho, but I'm sure that these two players will provide the impetus required to potentially get over the line here. That is the real question. In the centre circle for City now. This time it is Jack Grealish on the left-hand touch line, having to stride forward. Driving onto his right, crossed in towards the back post, and it's Bernardo Silva who was there. Jose Sarr's going to catch it, and I think Bernardo Silva ended up a little bit worse for wear. That is not good. There's a big patch of blood on his forehead, and that will certainly require some treatment. That's not good. That is not good at all. Oh, it was a boot from Foden as well. Bit of friendly fire there. Goodness gracious me. Phil Foden just hitting the face of his fellow teammate. That is certainly not intentional, but that is not good at all. Looking to just clear off the cut. And Mateus Nunes, well, I'm sure Wolves fans will know this man very well, Mateus Nunes, who, of course, was a fantastic player for the Wanderers across just the one season he spent at the club. £53 million was the fee for him to arrive at Manchester City. He only made 17 appearances in the league for them last season. Bernardo Silva's receiving some treatment. He's been called recap the action. Strand Larsen with the opening goal. Game's not remotely finished as of yet. Vardiol, of course, did get things level. We will restart play with the ball in the hands of Jose Sa. As Bernardo Silva is going to make his reintroduction imminently. Header comes off a City player. It'll be a Wolves throw in. Midway point of the defensive half now is Jose Sa. He'll lump the ball forward towards that left-hand side. Borges can't keep it in. We'll throw into Rico Lewis just before halfway for City. Central left-hand side is Oscar Gvardiol. Jack Grealish looking to stride into a central position. This time is Ruben Diaz. Approaching the edge of the penalty area. Gvardiol towards Jack Grealish. Can he potentially deliver left edge of the penalty area? Gvardiol. Now it's back with Ruben Diaz. Gvardiol once again. Short pass towards Grealish in a more central channel. It's now Ruben Diaz who's now made his way out wide. Kovacic approaching the perimeter of the penalty area. Again, it's with Gvardiol. It's Foden who's there once more. Now making his way towards his left-hand side. Naturally, again, it's Diaz looking out towards his right flank again. It's John Stones. Right edge of the penalty, right-hand touchline is Bernardo Silva. He made his way back onto the pitch. Here's Kovacic, midway point of the attacking half for City. And it is Bernardo Silva looking to weave his way through and is poked off initially by Ortiz Gomez. Gvardiol, left edge of the area, is Jack Grealish. Isolated with two Wolves players for support. Now Ruben Diaz. Midway point of City's attacking half. Gvardiol, now in a central position. It's Jack Grealish looking to drive inside towards the byline, shifted across towards the back post. And Nori is forced to head out, and it will be kept in play by Bernardo Silva, right next to the byline. Midway point of the attacking half. This time it is Ruben Diaz maybe looking to line one up, but it's left edge of the area again. Jack Grealish on his right foot, looking to create something of a dangerous position. Gvardiol sifts the ball in towards Gundogan across the face of goal. The header can't find Haaland, and he was offside. So Wolves will earn themselves the free kick. player is receiving cramp. Looks like Strand Larsen is one of those players, and he's going to make his way off park. Receives a wondrous applause from spectators, as it looks like Strand Larsen has made his last contribution. Rodrigo Gomez not utilised as a winging option, but they're going to utilise Salo Guedes as a striking option. The former Portuguese international. Spent time at Villarreal on loan this calendar year, and only has the one Premier League goal for Wolves in his career thus far. Ait Nouri down this left-hand side. Rico Lewis able to bat it clear down the line. Craig Dawson throws it back into the feet of Jose Sarr. Just bob it long out towards that right-hand side. There is Nelson Semedo, but overhit. And a City throw-in. Big red point of the defensive half now. Here is in the centre circle. One Ruben Diaz. Now John Stones just on halfway. Foden. Vardiol. It's really been one of those games where City have just tried to pepper the goal by any means necessary. 78% of possession. 1.16 XG to Wolves' 0.95. It's Wolves who have created more of the big chances by definition. 16 shots to Wolves' 3. It's one of those games really. Vardiol now in the midway point of the attacking half, out towards Jack Grealish, left hand byline, driving more into the centre of the pitch, although he's now on the left edge of the penalty area, rolled square towards Vardiol, and again it's a bit of pinball here as Wolves able to get it clear. There will be a City throw-in down that right-hand side. Thrown in by Bernardo Silva. Put back into the centre circle. Here's Foden with the touch, but Wolves able to come away with it, but again, eventually it wasn't in fact Santiago Bueno who just couldn't get it towards that left-hand side. Grealish with a chipped-in ball directed towards the likes of Phil Foden, but down the right-hand touchline is Nelson Semedo, looking to make a lung-busting run forward. Is Joao a little bit gassed, maybe. Just on halfway is Vardiol down that left-hand side. Left-hand touchline, Jack Grealish. Infield is Gundogan. Midway point of the attacking half of Manchester City is Kovacic driving towards that central left-hand side. Now he's forced further left. Jack Grealish. Incisive ball, Foden, byline, and it's across the face of goal. It's a fumble by Jose Sarr, and Wolves have to clear. It's Carlos Forbes who's looking to press up high as well in the centre circle, but City to win back possession. Kovacic now out towards Foden. It's Grealish, enters the area on that left-hand side. Across the face, it's Bernardo Silva with the attempted shot. That is blocked, and now Wolves will look to come away with it down this right-hand side. It's bombed forward and long, and John Stones is going to play it back towards Edison. And here is Ruben Diaz. Past halfway now is Mateo Kovacic driving with power, and Lamina picks off the pass. Out towards that right-hand side is Gonzalo Guedes. Past halfway, and the diagonal intended for one Carlos Forbes, and he's going to receive it approach the left edge of the penalty area. Carlos Forbes shifted towards Gonzalo Guedes, back towards Carlos Forbes. It's Doyle towards Guedes. Here is Semedo, right side of the pitch in the attacking half for the Wolverhampton Wanderers. In the centre circle, Dawson. Central left-hand side is Totti Gomez. Now Craig Dawson again. Ball out towards that right flank. Here is Nelson Semedo. Right-hand touch line. Incisive ball. It is Joao Gomez, and that is going to be a goal kick. Looking to hook it towards the back post, but just made it completely... made the good run, but just not exactly sure what the intended ball was there, to be honest. centre circle now, Kovacic. 6 minutes to go in this contest in regulation. It's Rico Lewis driving centrally. It's Haaland with space. Enters the area and can't get the shot off whatsoever. And Ait Nouri's going to send it up the line down that left-hand side. It will be a City throw-in. Let's see what the... Ait Nouri's just receiving some cramp treatment. I mean, I think Wolves just want to hold on here. And as they should. I mean, I'm sure that'll be the intention from them. And their fixture list in the next few weeks is, well, definitely going to provide them a few headaches here and there. But I guess Brighton, who are smooth sailing at the moment, it's not going to be an easy game for them. Following that, Crystal Palace, a winnable game, then Southampton. So I'm sure they'll look to try and get themselves out of the relegation zone. But this result currently would put them in 19th place. And after some time, we'll see the introduction of Mateus Nunes. Mateo Kovacic making way. He's been quite good at the base of midfield for Manchester City. So City with a throw in down that right-hand side into the centre circle is Ilkay Gundogan. Towards that right-hand side, midway point of the attacking half is John Stones. Here is Phil Foden. Jack Grealish down this left-hand side, shifted towards Guardiola, now in the central position at the midway point of City's attacking half, out towards that right-hand side. It's Phil Foden. It's got Mateus Nunes on that right edge of the penalty area. It's forced now towards the feet of John Stones. Left edge of the area is Jack Grealish. Stutter step, looking to find options. It's Vardiol. Back towards Grealish. Incisive ball. Foden! Across the face. Sarr, can he keep it in play? He can. Did it cross the line? I don't think it did. He held it pretty comfortably, it looks like. 87 minutes gone. We have a game. You certainly do have a game. But can the Wolves hold on for a vital point and the biggest point of their season so far? Sarr's ball finds it right into the feet of Ederson. Here is now John Stones striding forward. Gundogan in the centre circle. He's got space towards that left-hand side. He's got Jack Grealish for support. Left edge of the penalty area now. Driving inside towards the byline. Cross away into the back post. No one's there. Nori forces it out from a corner. And so Jack Grealish has really been the introduction of energy that they do need against tired defences. He's really been able to bypass Nelson Semedo many, many times before. Corner delivered. It's Stones. It's Vardiol. It's cleared out. It's Grealish on the attempted half volley just outside of the penalty area following that corner scramble. And it was just the foot of Lamina who just got the pass away. Sarr again goes down to make the save. If you were to give a man of the match, it would definitely be him. Jose Sarr bombs it long towards that left-hand side, headed back by John Stones. And just kickball here, as it's now deep into the Wolves' defensive half. Grealish has to try and get a touch to it. Well done by Santiago Bueno, as he just clears it into the feet of Ruben Diaz. Midway point of the defensive half for City. Now they transition forward. Left-hand touchline, Grealish. Midway point of the attacking half. It's Jack Grealish. Beats past João Gomez. And a neat pass towards Vardiol, and the attempted shot on goal did come from Bernardo Silva, I think hitting the upright, perhaps. See final player to come on for Wolves. Outcoming is Joao Gomez, oncoming is Jean-Lindsay Bellegarde. Very talented French international, French import, you might say, of course. This is his second season at the club. Did get 2 Premier League goals last season for the football club. Has already found his way on the score sheet for the club this season, though. Absolute belter against Nottingham Forest earlier this season. Might need one of those as we approach 90 minutes completed. Hasn't been the most entertaining of second halves, but football is football, and certainly will provide you twists and turns in any way, shape and form. Definitely sure we'll have just about in excess of 5 minutes of stoppage time, as we do have, 5 minutes of added time. Now it's out towards that left-hand side for Wolves. I looked to briefly bring it forward. Just on halfway is Grealish, who's been brought to ground. Chris Kavanagh towards the free kick. Central left-hand side now for Ruben Diaz. And towards that left-hand side now is Gvardiol. Here is Ruben Diaz, midway point of the attacking half again. It's Gundogan approaching the penalty area on this left-hand side. Forced a check back towards Ruben Diaz. There's a flailing rubbish bag on the pitch. I don't know how that's possible. Just whisking in the air. Quite ridiculous. At the midway point of midfield is Ruben Diaz. Looking to size up options. Looks towards the right edge of the penalty area. It's Rico Lewis. Now Mateus Nunes. Looking to just whip one into the box, but they can't do so. Foden back towards Ruben Diaz. It's a fantastic defensive, resolute performance from the Wolverhampton Wanderers. Rico Lewis, Gundogan. It's Foden out towards the central left-hand side now. Is with Jack Grealish. He looks to drive towards the byline, perhaps. He drives in field towards the D. It's Ruben Diaz. Checks onto his left. Back into the box now is Ruben Diaz. Across the face of goal. It's a fantastic block from Lamina. And they get around him. Do the Wolves players out for a corner. This could be the chance to secure the winner for Manchester City. It is Jack Grealish. Takes it quickly. Bernardo Silva. Grealish opens up the angle. Oh, nearly found its way into the top left, top right corner. Just chipping over the head of Jose Sarr. But he will hold it. He will take his time. There's no rush at all. And I don't think we would have expected this result, potentially, but somehow, some way, looks like Wolves might hold on here. Might is the key word, however. It's high into the attacking half of Wolves. It's Gundogan who can't get a touch, and Wolves can bring it forward. Guedes, he's got the Carlos Forbes for support. Guedes is brought to ground. Chris Kavanagh says that's no free kick. Wolves will now have to force to clear and counter as Haaland might get a touch inside the penalty area. Approaching to the left-hand side is now Mateus Nunes, breaking inside the area on his right foot. Mateus Nunes, it's over the bar. It took a deflection off a Wolves player though. And we will see another corner. And that was a very contentious call. Chris Kavanagh just not exactly giving the free kick to Gonzalo Guedes, who was bearing down on goal. City quick to take the corner now. Minute half remaining. Rolled short. It's Gundogan. It's Foden! And it's taken a deflection again. Another corner on this left-hand side for Manchester City. Jack Grealish to take. Knife's edge moments here for Manchester City. Delivered now, and it's headed back for another corner. Just it's absolute insanity. Will City look to go short towards the back post again. It's headed over the top for another City corner. This is the fourth corner they've taken in 2 minutes. And it's Bueno who's just gone to ground. He's had a bit of I think something towards the back of his head, I'm not sure. But this might be the final chance for City. It's coming off the left foot of Phil Foden on this left-hand side, the corner to be taken now. Shifted into the middle! Oh my word! In the final minutes, it's John Stones who's the hero! Away from home! City look to have dropped points, but he comes big at the right moments! The courageous central defender gaining a legendary status at this football club and securing top spot on the table. Come the end of the round, potentially, Manchester City have snatched the 3 points away from the Wolverhampton Wanderers. There's calls for a foul potentially, though. Gary O'Neill has something to say about that. Has the goal been waved off? It doesn't look like at the moment, and they will go to VAR. It looks like the potential 95th minute stoppage time goal. Ruben Diaz can't seemingly believe it. And we'll just see what's going to be the call here. Chris Kavanagh is definitely giving some word of instruction. And there's a call for a disallowed goal. In fact, it might be given as offside. Let's have a look here. So, Stones definitely gets the header in. But Bernardo Silva is obstructing the view of Jose Sarr. I think this might be given as offside. Late drama in the English Premier League. And wouldn't this be something? Wouldn't this be something? Chris Kavanagh is going to the VAR booth. This to potentially change the course of Manchester City's season. Potentially. Pep Guardiola, a man incensed. He doesn't know what's going on. I don't think we do either. Chris Kavanagh going to the VAR booth. This could potentially decide who is currently on top of the table come the end of this match day. And so it was the header from John Stones that found its way into the back of the net. It is an instant decision to be made. Chris Kavanagh has decided to give a goal to City. Manchester City have won this game well and truly. It's John Stones. It only could be that man, John Stones. And they've somehow, some way... Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's just, it's football. It is football in the most awe-inspiring way you could possibly foresee. A yellow card as well for, I think, one of the Wolves' technical staff. But that's peak football right there. Absolutely unbelievable from John Stones. In the thick of it. In the thick of it. You just can't write scripts like this. John Stones wins it in the 95th minute of this game. And it's definitely not the first time he's caused absolute drama. And that, in fact, he's got a 98th minute equalizer against Arsenal just a month back. And, the 3 points just about wrapped up here at Molineux. Wolves the one last. Gasp for air. Pablo Sarabia has been given a yellow card, and Wolves are going to just try and muster anything they can to get
afterwards we knew that we need to be more careful and more aware of their qualities, and yeah, at the end it's 2-1 for us and we're happy.
You seem to have this legendary knack of patience, all of you. How do you work on that? Is it part of the squad makeup?
I cannot tell you. I mean, the good thing is that we have our teammates. You know, we are all here for each other and staff as well, and it's obvious when someone defends like that, as I said, really deep. It's just all you need is patience and pass the ball quick from one to the other side. But, yeah, I mean, I cannot tell you. It's just something when you join this club. It's something it becomes a part of you, you know. And yeah, that's what we need. And to be fair, we also had some games where we missed that. But today, I think we had that, and that's why we win the game.
Congratulations, Steve. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Josko Gvardiol live on 5 Live Sport. Great goal he scored from left back. We're sort of discussing who'll play left back this afternoon for Chelsea. So we've got Leon Osman and John Murray, and Theo Walcott has joined the conversation as well. Theo, match of the day 2 tonight, 10:30, with Mark Chapman, Danny Murphy and Rafa Benitez. Hi, Theo.
Good afternoon, guys. How is everyone?
Yeah, very good, thank you. You would think, wouldn't you, that it would be Gusto left back and, you know, Reece James, after all that time out, gets to play his own position on his return to the first team.
I mean, you say it there. Of course, you know, James coming in for a long period of time, you wouldn't want to play out of position. So, yeah, he would just fit straight back into the right-hand side. But, look, I would be concerned with, you know, Liverpool, how they're going to dominate with the extra man. I feel Chelsea with having the two sitters, and I'm a big fan of Lavia. I worked with him at Southampton, and he got his move. He's had a long injury hit sort of career at the moment, but look, he's a good player, but it could be a difficult afternoon for both midfield players, I believe.
Steve, I think I might have the answer about the back four, because they're just assembling themselves. As back four do their warming up. Gusto was standing in the sort of right back area, but as James comes across, Reece James going to the right hand side of Adrab Yo-Yo and Colwell with Gusto at left back. So I think
he's pulled rank.
I was going to say, did he need to tell him?
Yes, exactly. He's giving him the look. You know, Reece James has that look sometimes. He said, look, you move over
there.
Exactly that.
So Leon said exactly that.
Well, as Theo said, when you've been out for a long period of time, I mean, he's gone straight back into the team. He's not coming back as sub and getting 20 minutes to ease back in. Straight back into the team. You don't want to be... I mean, that's intensified it being here at Anfield, which is going to be it more difficult. You don't then want to play out of position, which then puts you up against Mo Salah. You start, that just adds even more to it. So yeah, it was expected he'd start right back.
Do you remember his sending off here as well, for the handball on the line a couple of years ago?
Yeah. He's had a long time out, as we know, Theo. You've played against him in the Premier League. I mean, obviously, all of those injuries have been absolutely horrible for him. I think any neutral would just hope that he's able to find his fitness going forward.
Yeah, of course. You know, we're gifted on that right-hand side of the England setup, and it's a player that, he's not easy to... And I was just going to ask you the question, Leon. Being out for a long period of time, I always felt like if I was out injured, being a forward player is always harder to get back up to fitness and that sharpness. Is it different? I know you played in midfield, but is it different for the defenders? You know, how would that work for them?
Yeah, I always think, you're right. It's, that level of sharpness is what you're always searching for, and I do think it comes back slower at the top end of the field. But I think it's easier to come back in the further forward you are, because mistakes don't lead to goals. You know, that little lack of sharpness in your mind, that lack of sharpness in your foot, a bad touch because you're not quite up to speed. When you're playing defensively, those can lead to errors, can lead to goals. So, yeah, it's one to keep an eye on. Obviously, his manager wants the captain straight back into the team, wants him inside the, in in an arena like this wants to see his performance, knows the quality that he has. But yeah, I think it's easier to get back in the team as a defender, but you have to make sure that you're not making mistakes.
For being the coach, Marissa he's not. Smart. So look, he wouldn't throw Reece James into a situation he wouldn't be able to handle. So look, it's one of those, you would have seen him obviously during the international break and really work on his fitness levels and know that he's ready. He's sort of played, got bags of experience at such a tender age still. So look, for me, I feel like I'm just, my hands are together. Hopefully he's going to have a good game tonight. And, it's going to be a very good open game, I feel. That's for sure.
Do you think, Theo, that one of the difficult things actually for Reece James will be in his head? Because he's had so many hamstring injuries that it's bound to be, I was going to say in the back of his mind, probably the front of his mind.
I would say, look, it's one of those where you don't want to dwell on the injury. He'll be fit. Look, there'll be certain situations in the game. There might be that might just trigger a certain behaviour that caused an injury before, which may play in his mind. But look, when you're at Anfield, I don't really think you can actually have too many thoughts, because all you want to do is try and block out, because that crowd is some place to play football, that's for sure.
I think, John Murray, that the centre of midfield is fertile ground for us here, because Theo was just saying he knows Romeo Lavia from Southampton. We've got Leon Osman with us, and I don't think it'll be lost on the Liverpool fans that two Chelsea central midfielders both turned them down just over a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. So it was quite a saga. Wasn't it? Yep. If you remember, with Moses Caicedo, and then they ended up playing, Liverpool played Chelsea right at the start of last season, when it was all playing out, wasn't it? If I remember rightly, Liverpool put in a big bid that was turned down, and Chelsea's was slightly bigger for Caicedo.
Yeah, no, I think both of those players, through Lavia's injury hit, Caicedo didn't quite reach the heights that everybody expected him to after his signing. I think they'll be looking to put a performance in today. I'm sure they're hoping to come here, and because I think quite a few people around the Liverpool camp actually thought, or certainly the fan base will have thought, actually they weren't bad signings to miss out on a year of Lavia being injured and Caicedo not playing as well as he should. So I think those two would be desperate to come here and actually show what they're capable of and show what Liverpool missed out with.
And on that with Lavia as well, just to add, Southampton, he trained so much and played so much. He played pretty much 90 minutes most of the games, but not just that. In the midweek, he wasn't managed well, shall I just say, put it that way. And such a young age, when you're still developing and you're learning the game, he was so eager and passionate to play. He didn't want to miss anything, even training. He's one of those that would want to train, even though he was told, look, you should rest. But look, that's the sort of character he is. He just wants to play football, and it probably just sort of caught up with him, sadly.
Probably worth pointing out, this is only his second start in a competitive match for Chelsea. You know, that's how rarely he's played. One substitute appearance last season, and this is his 4th appearance of this season, just his 2nd start.
If only, Theo, we knew someone who'd gone from Southampton to a really top club and could tell us about the difficulties of settling in. I mean, obviously that injury was awful for him, but what makes him a special player as someone who's seen him so close?
So for me, I love the fact that he's always eager to learn. Just on the field, but when you communicate with him, you can just see he's taking it on board. When you talk to some young players, this generation, should we just say that at times they feel like, look, I know what to do, but the difference I found with him sort of off the field was he'll take it on. He wouldn't just look at you dazed, shall we just say at times, as a teenager. A miserable teenager. He was very gifted in to learn off the field, which I think is really key for someone who wants to develop their game and improve. I think that was very fascinating to be part of. So for me, I'm really excited to see him back on the field, because look, I'm always intrigued and always like to see the players I've worked on with do well. So I hope he has a good solid performance today and he keeps fit. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Great stuff, Theo. Thank you very much as always.
Cheers, guys. Take
Top
care.
man. Theo Walcott there. 10:30 tonight. Match the Day 2 with Mark Chapman, Danny Murphy and Rafa Benitez. Let's take you back to Welford Road in the Gallagher Premiership. Leicester Gloucester, Alfie Reynolds.
Well, we've played 57 minutes. It's Leicester 22, Gloucester 19. Leicester taking the lead in this second half thanks to their 3rd try. Freddie Stewart made the break, and then Josh Bassett was on his shoulder to finish the move off. It makes it a bad start for the second half for Gloucester. Plenty of time still to go, though. Leicester 20, Gloucester 19.
Thank you very much, Alfie. So we've got Leon Osman and John Murray with us from Anfield commentary. Of Liverpool versus Chelsea in the Premier League. Just actually, Leon, before we move away from the midfield, it's funny that Liverpool missed out on Caicedo, they missed out on Lavia, this summer they missed out on Zubimendi, and actually Ryan Gravenberch has proved the perfect player for that position. So, in the end, all of these failures to sign central midfielders has worked out quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a terrific start to the season, hasn't he? On a slot, realising exactly what he's capable of doing with regards to what the manager wants from somebody in that position. He's looked a different player. He's looked assured. He's looked like a player that can be on the ball, that can dictate the tempo. Not the player that we thought we were seeing last was being a bit more box to box. Not only that, he reads the game well defensively. Yes, we could say that the level of opposition with regards to quality really getting at him and exposing him, John touched on before, that Nottingham Forest are the only team that were in the top half when they met at the start of play, and Chelsea and Cole Palmer being in there will be a completely different matchup. But he's done everything that's been asked of to this point.
Goal at Hull in the Championship, and what a goal, Rob Law.
And a big goal, Steve. Hull 0, Sunderland 1. Hull started the second half so well, but they're now regretting so many missed chances. They hit the post, they had a corner that was whipped into the Sunderland box. They broke at pace with in-form striker Wilson Isidore from the halfway line, ran the entire length of the whole half of the pitch, in on goal, and a beautiful little dink finish over the top of the keeper. But absolutely milked his celebration as well in front of the Hull fans. They did not like that. It's Hull 0, Sunderland 1, a goal that could take them to the top of the Championship table if it stays like this.
8 minutes to kick off at Anfield. We've talked about the Chelsea captain Reece James. Let's talk about the Liverpool skipper. Here is Arne Slot talking to our reporter Rob Schofield about Virgil van Dijk.
Arne, we've seen Virgil produce some of his best football on the pitch. Just wondered, across your first few months, if you can give us an idea of just how crucial as captain he has been as you've kind of settled in your early few months here.
He has been crucial for us, like many others, but Virgil definitely as well, from what you guys see on the pitch. So there we see all the same, how good he is indeed, still is in defense, how much he attributes to our offensive side of our play.
We're going to nip out of that because Pep Guardiola is live on 5 Live with Andy Giddings.
Steve, thank you, Pep. Congratulations on the victory and a real test of patience and perseverance.
No other chance. So try to avoid as much as possible transitions. It was not much. It was one clear with 1-0 down. It was a key point, the save from Eddie. But after we conceded more, and after I tried to be patient and run and leave crosses with a team like defense, and like lately happened, 11 players in the penalty spot, literally. So and it's so difficult because you cannot press because all the time it's long balls. In the second ball, they go 11 players in the box. It's a question of patience and the talent. The talent, what does it mean? Just go in the corner, and another action that you can shoot, you can score. This is the difference. But really pleased for the game we played.
How much is that giving you a greater head? When teams are more opting to play that way against you guys now?
But
I don't think Leon Osman there was any danger of him being caught out by that one. I think it bounced. Did it bounce twice before it got to him?
Do you know it was on though? I think Virgil van Dijk was quite clever in spotting it. Sanchez still was probably about 14, 15 yards outside.
He gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jadon Sancho either side. Oh, here a referee today is John Brooks, and he gives a free kick early here in the centre circle to Liverpool, who are of course playing in all red, being at home. Chelsea, blue shirts, blue shorts, and similar colours to the team. I think that's pretty easily picked out against his teammate. He gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jane easily picked out against his teammates. Stephen Kelleher in all black in Liverpool goals. Reece James in the Chelsea goal. He's in a sky blue number today. More often you see a goalkeeper wearing similar colours to the team. I think that's pretty easily picked out against his teammate. These sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, oh that's poor from Adama, he's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half, it's now Jones. Back to Konate and Van Dijk. What I was going to say is that Chelsea's only league defeat came on the opening day against Chelsea fans. As a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. But Chelsea get away with it. However, both these sides know that they are coming up against quality on either side of the ball. It's after, and here's Caldwell. Back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, oh that's poor from Adama, he's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half, it's now Jones. Their one defeat coming to Nottingham Forest off the back of the last international break, if you want any good omens, Chelsea fans. As there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky, but Chelsea get away with it. However, both these sides know that they are coming up against quality on either side of the ball. It's after, and here's Caldwell. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans. As there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky, but Chelsea get away with it. However, both these sides know that they are coming up against quality on either side of the ball. It's after, and here's Caldwell. Gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jade McLean. Liverpool are still protesting that there's now Moises Caicedo is done back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, oh that's poor from Adama, he's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half, it's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans. As there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still pretending they are coming up against quality. Big idea with Brighton, but Stamford Bridge is where he chose, and well, can't point the finger at him because I don't think really too many at Stamford Bridge last season, maybe barring Cole Palmer, covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. But here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank. The first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Adarabioyo has bundled over Diogo Jota, and there's a yellow card coming out of John Brooks' pocket. Many around Anfield, I think, were looking. Gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jade McLean. Liverpool are still protesting that there's now Moises Caicedo is done back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season. Oh, that's poor from Adama. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. Inside Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box. A little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still pretending for his breakout year with Brighton, but Stamford Bridge is where he chose, and well, can't point the finger at him. I don't think really too many at Stamford Bridge last season, maybe barring Cole Palmer, covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank for the first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto, who's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Adarabioyo has bundled over Diogo Jota, and there's a yellow card coming out of John Brooks' pocket. Many around Anfield, I think, were looking. He gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jade McLean. Liverpool still protesting that there's now Moises Caicedo is done back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season. Oh, that's poor from Adarabioyo. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. Inside Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box. A little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can, maybe, if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool will see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank for the first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto, who's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Adarabioyo has bundled over Diogo Jota, and there's a sign already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. We shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Alisson's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side. The Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number two. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is. He gets us underway here. He's in behind the striker, which is Nicholas Jackson, with Noni Madueke and Jade McLean. Liverpool are still protesting that there's now Moises Caicedo is done back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, that's poor from Adama. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can maybe if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool. Will see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank. The first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. We shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Alisson's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And as Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side, the Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number two. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is tipped it in again. And now Liverpool are going to try and go in the break with Salah, but Lavia gets a toe in. There's a throw into Liverpool on the right hand back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, that's poor from Adama. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can maybe if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool. Will see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank. The first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. We shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Alisson's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And as Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side, the Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number 2. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is line out in the left flank. Here's Sancho again, going to test Alexander-Arnold. A good challenge from the Liverpool right back, but it's going to be a back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, that's poor from Adebayo. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can, maybe, if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool. We'll see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. But here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square. And away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank. The first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps. He's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's, if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. I shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Allison's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And as Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side, the Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number 2. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is. He left that one a little bit short for Romeo Lavia, and he was tripped by Jota, but advantage played by back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both of these sides and say that perhaps they have not had the most difficult of openings to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season, that's poor from Adebayo. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans, as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can, maybe, if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool. Will see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. But here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square. And away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank. The first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps. He's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's, if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and now Tosin Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. I shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Allison's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would Likely still be second choice to him, and Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side. The Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number 2. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is. I think Alexander Arnold stands on Sancho's foot. Ends up to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season. Oh, that's poor from Adama. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box. A little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warned. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can maybe if he has some bruised ribs there. But free kick it is. Liverpool. We'll see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto. On the left flank, the first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, runs into Ryan Gravenberch, who just stands his ground. A good strong challenge. The Dutchman, and Tosin Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. We shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Allison's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him, and Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side. The Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number 2. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is that tugged the shirt of James as he was one-on-one with Adarbayo. Now Madueke, the other end's in the penalty. Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia, where they got him from for the rest of this season. We shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Allison's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him, and Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out for a goal kick on the far side. The Irish international goalkeeper has made it clear even this summer that he's not content just to sit and hang around as a number 2. He believes, and probably rightly so, that he is. The Egyptian made his way into the penalty area. Caldwell made the challenge again, and very quickly John Brooks waved it away. He's also just putting a yellow card back in his pocket. Didn't quite see who that was for. It might have been Arne Slot, as I said. He just, when the ball went over Noni Madueke's head and landed at his feet, he just smashed it back onto the pitch in a rage. He's now sitting down, arms folded. 25 minutes gone, and this game now is really starting to crackle into life as Levi Caldwell is the latest Chelsea defender to be breathing a sigh of relief here at Anfield, as no penalty is given by John Brooks. Ball back at the feet of Caoimhin Kelleher. Ball back at the feet of Caoimhin Kelleher. Gets it back from Van Dijk. Palmer closing him back, which he's capable of doing, but certainly his main skill set comes at centre half. Lovely pass going forward, and seem to have found their feet, although many will point at both. I think Alexander Arnold stands on Sancho's foot. Ends up to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season. Oh, that's poor from Adama. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can maybe if he has. Some bruised ribs there, but free kick it is Liverpool. We'll see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank for the first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, run it, tugged the shirt of James as he was one-on-one with Adebayo. Now Madueke, the other end's in the penalty. Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia where they got him from for the rest of this season. I shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Alisson's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And as Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out. Advantage played. And Levi Colwill. He's got away with one there, I think. Advantage was rigidly played. Colwill did pull Salah down outside the box, but as the Egyptian made his way into the penalty area, Colwill made the challenge again, and very quickly John Brooks waved it away. He's also just putting a yellow card back in his pocket. Didn't quite see who that was for. It might have been Arne Slot, as I said. He just, when the ball went over Noni Madueke's head and landed at his feet, he just smashed it back onto the pitch in a rage. He's now sitting down, arms folded. 25 minutes gone. And this game now is really starting to crackle into life as Levi Colwill is the latest Chelsea defender to be breathing a sigh of relief here at Anfield as no penalty is given by John Brooks. Now ball back at the feet of Caoimhin Kelleher. Of course, we mustn't forget, absolutely no question of not celebrating against the former team there. It's his fifth to this 2024-25 Premier League season. Chelsea's only defeat this season. That's poor from Adebayo. He's given that away to Jota. Now Gakpo midway inside the Chelsea half. It's now Jones. Well played down the middle there, looking for Malo Gusto, the left back today. Chelsea fans as there's a pass from Sanchez to Caldwell inside his own box, a little bit risky. Maybe a look at VAR in the background here, but Chelsea are playing. Liverpool are still warmed. Diogo Jota is walking to the sideline, taking a few deep breaths, or as deep as he can maybe if he has. Some bruised ribs there, but free kick it is Liverpool. We'll see if Jota covered themselves in glory. He and Leo Lavia, who missed most of last season, nearly all of last season with injury, are in the midfield today. Here's Jota going past Reece James and goes to ground, but James has won that ball fair and square, and away come Chelsea now with Malo Gusto on the left flank for the first touch for Jadon Sancho. Gusto overlaps, he's now in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, forced out by Konate, and he'll find Lavia in midfield. Back to James, who gives Cole Palmer his first touch of the game, but he's if Liverpool can keep his touches all in the centre circle, I think they'll be happy enough. There's Caldwell out on the left flank for Gusto. He's in loads of room there, and he's going to attack here now. It's Jadon Sancho into the penalty area, run it, tugged the shirt of James as he was one-on-one with Adebayo. Now Madueke, the other end's in the penalty. Georgi Mamardashvili, the Valencia goalkeeper, already signed, already as a Liverpool player, but loaned back to Valencia where they got him from for the rest of this season. I shall see. Everyone imagines that it will be Alisson's last year on Merseyside, but with the amount of money invested in the Georgian international, you would imagine that the Irish international keeper would likely still be second choice to him. And as Kelleher sends a long ball forward that the wind catches and sends all the way out. Advantage played. Levi Colwell. He's got away with one there, I think. Advantage was rigidly played. Colwell did pull Salah down outside the box, but as the Egyptian made his way into the penalty area, Colwell made the challenge again, and very quickly John Brooks waved it away. He's also just putting a yellow card back in his pocket. Didn't quite see who that was for. It might have been Arne Slot, as I said. He just, when the ball went over Noni Madueke's head and landed at his feet, he just smashed it back onto the pitch in a rage. He's now sitting down, arms folded. 25 minutes gone. And this game now is really starting to crackle into life.
Are top of the table after their 2-1 win at Wolves with a dramatic late goal. We were sitting here listening to Conor McNamara's commentary. John Stones in the 5th minute of added time to win it 2-1 against Wolves, and we have already on 5 Live at least heard from Josko Gvardiol and from Pep Guardiola, who are on in the immediate build-up to this match, but I would imagine we'll hear from Gary O'Neill at half-time as the ball is played forward for Chelsea. Right side of the area, went for goal from a very tight angle as he fell.
I think he might have hit the post. I think
it flicked the top of the... It must have been the outside of the top of the post and flew into the cup.
I think Maresca thinks the goalkeeper made a save. I think there was certainly something at the end, but that was brilliant from Chelsea. Back to one, playing through the lines of Liverpool. Caicedo getting turned, and then he just slipped one down the side of Virgil van Dijk for Jackson running in behind him. It was a really tight angle that he hit it from, and the goalkeeper was always going to be favourite in that situation, but Chelsea back to looking. Shot that
I think that did clip the...
Or maybe it's just my eyes. Yeah, maybe it was just the top of the net. On that side angle. Yeah,
possibly. Liverpool 1, Chelsea 0. Mo Salah's penalty. So Liverpool played out from the back, and Van Dijk has to win a goal after Palmer closed him down, just played it off the Chelsea man and out and behind. So Liverpool on course to go back above Manchester City at the top of the table. We've seen one of those social media posts from the Premier League match centre, corner of the screen, and for Egypt as well against Mauritania in a Cup of Nations qualifier, and then didn't play in the return match in Mauritania. Was allowed to have a rest. Chelsea with Sancho, but Alexander-Arnold puts the challenge in and knocks it out of play for a corner to Chelsea.
There's been some good individual battles on the pitch today. Gusto up against Salah has been an interesting one because Gusto keeps trying to become in an advanced position. Salah's available to him, quick transition, but he's given as good as he's got. At the moment, but also Sancho up against Trent Alexander-Arnold. They've had a go at each other so far. Trent is actually, I think, just about coming out on top with the way he's defended against Sancho.
Yeah, it's been good, that. 1-0 Liverpool lead. Here's the corner. James takes it into the near post, but that's headed away by Szoboszlai. Back to James, and now Palmer, left-footed cross to the back post. That is a leaping header away by Nunez, who's claiming he was being fouled. Chelsea take up possession again. Caicedo, I think, very nearly stood on the ball, and now Alexander-Arnold clears in quick on him and challenges it and tackles it out of play for a throw-in to Chelsea next to the corner flag. Caicedo, as we mentioned, Liverpool were interested, but ended up signing for Chelsea instead at the start of last season. So there you are, you can hear the whistles for Caicedo, and back it goes towards the halfway line. Colwill, left-footed pass, Sancho backing away on the far side, right up to the white line, and plays it back to Gusto. Gusto now, right-footed ball into the edge of the area. Jackson gives it back to Caicedo, but it was high. It was a poor return pass. Nunez was quickly in. Salah with the outside of his left boot. This is for Gakpo to chase, but Adarabioyo got there first. The two defenders came across, James as well, and it was put out of play for a throw into Liverpool on the far side.
Yeah, Liverpool will like it if that kind of eventuality keeps occurring. Chelsea being in advanced positions, giving the ball away and giving opportunities for Nunez, Gakpo and Salah to use their pace in behind with an awful lot of space. And Mo Salah tried to be too precise with that pass. I think he tried to find Gakpo to his feet as he was running rather than 20 yards ahead of him, because I think he may have won that race that he did.
So 1-0 Liverpool lead. This would take them back to the top of the table where they started this morning before Manchester City's win. Last gasp win, yet another last gasp win with the John Stones goal yet again after his late goal against Arsenal before the internationals. Here full in possession on the halfway line. Defeat for Rangers today as well. If you missed that, Kilmarnock beat Rangers. Nicholas Jackson is now sat down on the halfway line, and there's anger here from the home sections because Konate has very kindly put the ball out of play so Jackson can receive some treatment. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Yeah, holding his back.
Yeah. It looks like he's holding his back, so he just went down completely off the ball. Liverpool fans wanting the team to continue. Curtis Jones tried to continue. I think Konate is probably right. I think if a player goes down off the ball with something you're not quite sure about, it's not. There's not been a challenge. There's not been something that that you think he might be play acting or anything like that. So he's receiving treatment.
Liverpool 1, Chelsea 0 in the T20 World Cup final. South
back to Jones. 1-2 with Van Dijk. To Virgil van Dijk, and now Ibrahim Konate. Lovely ball from Alexander-Arnold. Is it just going to spin away from Szoboszlai? It does. It was a perfect ball. And then find a little bit too much spin, and it took it over the sideline, really. Throw in to Chelsea, about 15 yards from the byline. Gusto has ball in hand, ready to throw in as we enter the last minute of the 45. So we'll see very shortly what sort of added time we will have. He's back with Van Dijk on the halfway line. Jackson is back on and not moving totally freely, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here's Alexander-Arnold, lovely ball for Nunez, who knocks one down for Szoboszlai, edge of the box, but the offside flag is up against the big Uruguayan. And free kick for Chelsea just inside their own penalty area, in fact just on the edge of their own penalty area. Which Colwell will roll laterally to Tosin Adarabioyo. There's Sanchez. Lavia skips away from Szoboszlai. Over halfway to Gusto. Sancho now, they've made their way into the Liverpool half. Sancho to Gusto now, approaching the corner. Good link up between those two. They've been dangerous down the left for Chelsea in this first half. Gusto goes back to Lavia, and Gusto again. And there's Reece James. Now we're into stoppage in 5 minutes, and he's roughly right there. Here's Madueke now on the right hand side. Cole Palmer in the middle. Chelsea would like to see more of him, I'm sure, going forward. Madueke beats Robertson, though he does a good recovery from the Scottish international as he slides in to put that one behind for a corner. Madueke, though, was just trying to skip past him and go along the byline. Corner for Reece James to take. Now he's going to leave it for Cole Palmer to take a left-footed in swinger. It's a good one. Good header away though by Van Dijk, and rounding the penalty area well. Headed back in and away again by Robertson. Gusto miscontrols, but in comes Caicedo to beat Nunez to that one. It's a little bit messy, and Liverpool will bring on the control now with Gravenberch, and now Alexander-Arnold, lovely ball outside, but again Nunez, weighted men over. He does find Jones as the onside. If he is, he gets a chance here. Oh, he hurdles Sanchez, goes to ground. Another penalty, another foul on Curtis Jones, this time by the goalkeeper Robert Sanchez. I said that he tried to hurdle him, but Sanchez came out and clattered Curtis Jones, and for the second time in this first half it's a penalty to Liverpool. I was wondering maybe was there an offside flag to come against Jones. I think that's what Enzo Maresca has his arms out questioning with the fourth official. It's certainly a foul by Robert Sanchez. He comes out. Jones, in actual fact, whiffs at the shot. But that's because he was cartwheeled into the air by Sanchez, who immediately shows his guilt. I mean, you don't do that. He immediately checks on him to try and help him up. As Jones ends up doing almost a somersault under pressure from Adebayo as he goes to take the shot. Sanchez does get a touch on the ball now, but Jones ends up cartwheeling over the top of the Chelsea goalkeeper. I think that's what Robert Sanchez is trying to claim, that he actually did get a touch onto the ball. Which he does. He definitely does. Jones' acrobatic fall in the end, I think, makes it a little bit more dramatic looking. And now John Brooks is going to go over and have a look at the screen at the side of the pitch. So maybe a reprieve here for Robert Sanchez and Chelsea. It looked ugly at first, but when you see the replay, I stand corrected. I think there's really a claim here that this one could be overturned. Now, we always say when a referee goes to the VAR screen, he's definitely overturning it. It's not quite as clear cut as that, but he has certainly seen enough or been made aware of enough, should I say, to even go over and look at it. Sanchez does make contact with the ball, and just as he slides in, Jones almost just seems to hurdle over his thigh as Sanchez comes through to make the sliding tackle. There is a small argument that Adebayo has his hand on Jones' back, but like I said, the initial sort of cartwheeling, unintentional from Jones, he's not trying to milk it, it's just the way his body took him, but the cartwheeling tumble from Jones made it look cold, cut and dry first of all, but it's maybe not quite as obvious as that now. And John Brooks has certainly taken his time. Well, here we go, we've got a decision. What is that decision? He's walking slowly and with purpose. No penalty. Overturned, which means he's going to have to overturn the yellow card given to Robert Sanchez, and the home faithful are not happy with that one. But as I said, that is what VAR is there for. Initially that looks about as cut and dry as a penalty as they come, with Jones cartwheeling over Sanchez. But when you see it again, the Chelsea goalkeeper does superbly well to slide in and win the ball, and it's actually going to be given as a drop ball to Chelsea, because whenever Jones went down, it was James was covering him behind. So Sanchez will bomb it forward, and Van Dijk lovely nonchalantly just skims that one off the top of his head back to Kelleher. But he thought we had a second penalty there for a second foul on Curtis Jones, but as it turns out, the penalty is overturned, and I believe correctly so. Like I said, with the linesman's decision initially, very easy to criticise when it comes to officials, but when they get it right, I think we have to give them their dues. Here's Palmer, Caicedo. Now, wouldn't this be a sting if Chelsea were to get one just before the break? Madueke is now running at Virgil van Dijk. He stumbles, but he still managed to get a pass out to Sancho in the left corner of the penalty area, overlapping his Gusto. Sancho outnumbered by 3 red shirts. It deflects in the path of Lavia, who hurdles a couple of challenges himself and is into the penalty area. Great tackle, recovery tackle there by Darwin Nunez, though, coming all the way back to do good defensive work, and now he's on his bike. Salah looking for Gakpo. Good header by James, but only as far as Szoboszlai, and he thinks he was fouled by Caicedo. But Caicedo not only wins the ball, but lets the Hungarian know what he thinks of him. I felt a little bit unnecessary, but Chelsea have the ball now with Romeo Lavia midway inside their half. Now, we've gone over the 5 minutes initially added on, but I said at least another couple given the delay with the VAR check there. James down the right for Madueke, has caught Robertson out slightly. Madueke to the byline on the right hand side, just outside the penalty area. Now he enters the penalty area slowly, gives it to Palmer in space, left for a shot, whoa, just over the bar. I said we haven't seen enough from Cole Palmer, and that's what they'll need more of in the second half. But Palmer's effort, he is into space, nobody picks him up. That's poor from Liverpool. He just drops off Curtis Jones, gets into space just inside the penalty area with his left foot, tries to caress one into the top corner. It's just over the top. Oof. Enzo Maresca head in hands, and a sigh of relief around most of Anfield. I played 6 added minutes here. Kelleher sends that one forward. Caicedo to Palmer. Now Madueke, midway inside Liverpool half, tries to beat Robertson. It deflects out for a throw-in to Chelsea. Maybe last chance here for Chelsea to launch an attack. They may not even get that chance. James will take the throw-in. Caicedo overruns it, and that's a throw-in, and he's down again holding that left knee that he was holding right early in the game. And we may not see him come out for the second half, because he looks into some bit of pain. after coming together with Darwin Núñez, and his first half is ending under very messy circumstances. Get a look at this again. I don't think it's anything Darwin Núñez has done. Caicedo, I think his studs have just caught in the turf there as his left leg hit the ground, so hopefully he's okay. He is back on his feet, but again moving pretty gingerly, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end of his game. We don't see him for the second half, because I think we're just about into last play of the half territory. Robertson, we've now played over 7 out of minutes. I wasn't really keeping track of the time that was lost to that VAR decision. Szoboszlai brings down Palmer now, just on the right hand side, midway inside the Liverpool half, so we're still have time for attack here, and Szoboszlai is rather bemused about the whole thing, but it's a card. Palmer and James are over this free kick. Left foot of Palmer, right foot of James. Blue shirts and red shirts lined up along the edge of the 18-yard box. As James delivers right footer into the back post. Good clearing header by Darwin Núñez. It goes behind for a corner, but there's going to be no time for that corner, because at long last, half-time whistle is blown by John Brooks on a really entertaining first half that sees Liverpool lead by a 0-0. A penalty from Mohamed Salah just on the half-hour mark. After Levi Colwell's foul on Curtis Jones, Liverpool thought they had a second penalty in stoppage time when Robert Sanchez was adjudged to foul Jones, but VAR gave them a reprieve, and they have not been out of this game by any measure. A really entertaining and even first half. Stick with me for the second. For now, me wherever you are in the world. It's been a really entertaining first 45. Mohamed Salah's penalty, the difference between the sides, but there's been drama, controversy and plenty of action, and Chelsea are by no means out of this game, and they've actually made a change at the break. I mentioned this before half time. Both Moises Caicedo and Nicholas Jackson were struggling a little bit with injuries. However, both of them are out, and it's actually Jadon Sancho who has been withdrawn, who I thought had a decent first half without being totally clinical. He was causing Liverpool problems down the right, but he's gone, and it's Pedro Neto, the Portuguese international signed from Wolves in the summer, who is on and will take out his position on the left of a front three. So for Liverpool, they already made a change in the first half. Diogo Jota forced off, Darwin Núñez on. Here's Neto with his first touch on the left flank midway inside Liverpool half. And for Liverpool, it's Stephen Kelleher in goal. Across the back, it's Alexander-Arnold, Van Dijk, Konate, Robinson. Midfield three of Gravenberch, Jones and Szoboszlai. And it's now Gakpo, Salah and Darwin Núñez who replaced Jota. Now Madueke down the right for Chelsea. He cuts it across, intercepted by Gravenberch before it would come to Jackson. James picks it up on the right flank. And two with Madueke, slightly further in field now. Here's Madueke again in line with the edge of the 18-yard box, faced up by Cody Gakpo. James gets the ball in, but it's easy pickings for Virgil van Dijk, and he clears long into the Chelsea half. So that gives me a chance to give you a Chelsea team. Robert Sanchez in goal, Reece James the captain at right back, Adebayo, Colwell and Gusto make up the back four. In midfield it's Moises Caicedo, Romeo Lavia, Cole Palmer, with a front three now of Noni Madueke, Pedro Neto and Nicholas Jackson. So what can that do to change things? As you'd imagine, both sides in their home straight, Liverpool in all red, Chelsea blue shorts, blue socks, white socks. Here's Nicholas Jackson coming through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, sliding challenge from Robertson, but he can't keep it out, and Nicholas Jackson has not equalised. Offside flag is up against Nicholas Jackson, and 2.5 minutes into the second half, Chelsea thought they had their leveller, and Nicholas Jackson has the ball in the back of the net, but the offside flag is up against him. My goodness me. It was a lovely ball through the middle by Moises Caicedo. Ooh, I think we're going to have to get a look at VAR on that one. I think Ibrahim Konate's left foot might just be playing Jackson onside. Now we are getting a VAR look at it. He finished really well when he got one-on-one with Stephen Kelleher. Very hard. I think he's on, because I think Nicholas Jackson, I'm looking at just the cuts of the grass on the line. I think Jackson is still right on the dark strip of grass, and Konate's left foot has gone the lighter strip of grass, sorry, that'll be a bit strange, but I think Chelsea could have an early second half leveller here, The VAR officials are looking at it. We split between Van Dijk and Konate. Lovely pass. He's on. He's onside. I think this goal's going to count. He's took it really well, Nicholas Jackson, under a really strong, heavy sliding tackle from Andy Robertson too. Almost akin to the late challenge from Peter Reid on Diego Maradona for his goal. It's given. It's 1-1. Chelsea have equalised, and Nicholas Jackson now gets to celebrate, because before that he didn't. It was given, disallowed before he even had a chance to celebrate. So now Chelsea are level at Anfield. Nicholas Jackson, less than 3 minutes into the second half, a lovely through ball from Moises Caicedo, and Jackson goes to the Chelsea fans behind that goal where he's equalised from, and roars as he pumps the badge. And what a start to the second half for the Blues. It was actually quite hard initially to tell if he'd scored. The ball bounced back off a camera behind the goal, and I thought, has he missed? Has it come off the post? But no, he's buried it into the bottom corner. Just got the view of the poor camera. If you're any which way motion sick, I wouldn't look at that one. The poor thing's taking a beating. But Chelsea have equalised here at Anfield. It's Liverpool 1, Chelsea 1, and VAR, having chalked off the penalty that John Brooks gave in first half stoppage time against Chelsea, have now given the goal that John Brooks disallowed. My goodness me, what a start to the second half this has been for the Blues, and a great finish on Nicholas Jackson. He's had his criticism, and in some parts you say rightly so, but that's a super finish now. Having already made a change at half time, I see 3 Chelsea players down there getting ready to come on, and we've only played 5 minutes into the second half, so Enzo Maresca is obviously seeing something here. And he can really get out Liverpool. That would be 4 of his 5 subs used, with still 40 minutes to go. Now here's Cody Gakpo down the left hand side for Liverpool. Overlapping is Robertson, but he chooses not to use him. Instead gets a throw in off Reece James about 20 yards from the byline in front of the Kop. Liverpool attacking the Kop end now. Alexander Arnold sends it back to the halfway line with Virgil van Dijk. It's him and Konate were split. They were split by the run of Jackson, but the pass actually ended up going in between Van Dijk and Robertson. Here's Salah. Delivers it to the back post, good touch by Jones, and he's put Liverpool in front. It's 2-1, it's Curtis Jones, the man who won the penalty. Actually thought he won 2 penalties, and Liverpool are back in front here, less than 3 minutes after going behind, and it's the local boy, Curtis Jones, in front of the Kop end, who makes it Liverpool 2, Chelsea 1. What a start to the second half this has been. It has gone from 1-0 Liverpool, and now it's 2-1 Liverpool, and we haven't even played 6 minutes yet in the second half. A lovely finish from Jones, but what a pass from Salah to pick him out. Absolutely gorgeous from Mohamed Salah. Went from Van Dijk to Szoboszlai to Salah, out on the right flank. Looks like all the danger's covered, but he cuts in field and plays a beautiful left-footed pass. Darwin Núñez in the middle, he's definitely offside, but the ball goes way past him to Jones, who's miles onside. He makes a great run that leaves the Chelsea defence flat-footed. Initially I thought he'd maybe taken too heavy a touch, but he's able to recover it and poke it past the onrushing Robert Sanchez with his right foot and nestle it into the far corner. And 52 minutes gone at Anfield. It's Liverpool 2, Chelsea 1. This game has exploded into life. Wow, my goodness. Chelsea were not level for long. Curtis Jones, for all his skills, doesn't get too many goals. But he's got a big one there. As Arne Slot gets up out of his seat in the dugout and celebrates that one. Probably still furious over the concession of the equaliser, but we are still going to see that Chelsea triple sub. The first one is going to see Enzo Fernandez come on for Romeo Lavia. We're also going to see Benoit Badiashile come on for Reece James. So obviously a phased return to action for the skipper. He's off. And the next one coming on is Renato Vega, but I didn't see quite who that one was for, but I have confirmed it's Reece James and Romeo Lavia are off for Benoit Badiashile and Enzo Fernandez. And it's Renato Vega on. Oh, Tosin Adarabioyo, my apologies, he is off, so that makes more sense. Badiashile in the centre half for Adarabioyo. Renato Vega will go into left back and move Gusto into right back in place of Reece James. And then in midfield, it's Romeo Lavia off for Enzo Fernandez. Now here's Pedro Neto down the left flank for Chelsea, looking for Jackson, it's just slightly behind him. And Van Dijk, even though he's falling over, can clear that one. Here's Vega, first touch for him. As it is for Badiashile, who's now partnering Levi Colwill at the back. I don't know if there's an injury there for Adarabioyo. He is booked, but not often you see a centre half change, particularly when you're 2-1 down. But here we are. Ball back of Queven Kelleher. That was Curtis Jones' first league goal of the season, by the way. Here he is again. He's been involved in everything. He won the penalty that was scored and the one that was disallowed for VAR. A good ball on the right flank. Salah, right corner of the penalty area, faced up there by the new man Vega. It's back to Alexander Arnold. Gravenberch. Van Dijk. Robertson down the left flank. It's Gakpo inside. He's going to go for it. He and Gusto come together, and it's good strong play by the Frenchman, but indeed a late offside flag does come up. So wowee, time to breathe here at Anfield. 10 minutes gone in the second half. It's Liverpool 2, Chelsea 1. It was 1-0 Liverpool at half time. Chelsea equalised through a Nicholas Jackson goal confirmed by VAR, but that lead barely lasts 3 minutes before Curtis Jones up the other end to latch on the beautiful Mo Salah pass, who has scored that first half penalty. Another offside here, this time against Darwin Núñez, so it's a free kick to Chelsea midway inside their own half. So they've now made 4 of their 5 subs already here. We've only played 55 minutes. Still on the bench then for Enzo Maresca has Cody Gakpo, goes to pass Gusto. Good challenge by him, no free kick given, so it's Chelsea ball still. Still on the bench for Chelsea, Marcus Bettinelli, the goalkeeper, Axel Disasi, Joao Felix, Christopher Nkunku and Kieran Dewsbury Hall. So one of those will be the final sub. Liverpool only used one so far, that was enforced. Darwin Nunez coming off the injured Diogo Jota in the first half. Now here's Pedro Neto cutting in off the left. Runs into a red wall instead, goes back out to Vega. Neto, the two Portuguese internationals, but that's a bit too hard for the former Wolves man Alexander Arnold. Wallops it out for a throw in around 30 yards from goal. On the left, Vega throws it all the way back to Colwell. Now Badiashile. Vega on the left sends Neto away down the left line. Nice cushion pass from Vega. Neto to the byline, cuts it across. Kelleher dives at the feet of Cole Palmer. Good brave goalkeeping by the Irishman. Hold on to the ball on the edge of the box. For Liverpool in the bench, they've still got Vitislav Jaros, the Czech goalkeeper, who's called into backup duties now with Allison out injured. Kelleher nearly caught out by Palmer, gets it away to Vega. We'll get the rest of that Liverpool bench in a minute. Here's Neto on the left flank, midway inside Liverpool half. On the left, Vega. Back to Badiashile. Rest of the bench is Joe Gomez, Wataru Endo, Luis Diaz, Alexis McAllister, Kostas Tsimikas, Gerald Kwanzaa and Tyler Morton make up that Liverpool bench. Darwin Nunez already spent in place of Diogo Jota just after the Liverpool goal. Now here's Badiashile. On the left flank for Pedro Neto. A couple of step overs tries to beat Alexander Arnold, but the Liverpool man sticks with him, but Neto still has the ball. Back to Badiashile, now Colwell in the centre circle. A few steps forward and goes back to Gusto. Palmer's drifted out onto the right midway inside Liverpool half. Kicks right to the left flank for Neto. You look at the last 10 meetings between these sides in all competitions, quite incredibly, 8 of the 10 have finished level after 90 minutes as Colwell looks to find Madueke on the right flank, who haven't really mentioned this second half, that's intercepted. Liverpool did win 4-1 here last season, but before that, a win in normal time, you have to go back to March 2021, the pandemic season, with no fans in the stadium for a 1-0 Chelsea win. Here was the last time either side won a game in 90 minutes. However, quite incredibly, in those 10 games, Liverpool won 3 cup finals against Chelsea. Last season's Carabao Cup final in extra time, and the 2022 League Cup and FA Cup finals both on penalties. So quite the record that is, but still 8 out of 10 draws in 90 minutes between these two. Palmer nips one off the toes of Robertson. For the win it is to Liverpool, despite the England international's claims. He maybe hasn't got involved quite as much as Chelsea would have liked. He had a shot just flash over the bar with nearly one of the last kicks of the first half, but he gets involved more, and that could give Liverpool more trouble. Szoboszlai now down the left looking for Gakpo, well read by Gusto, and he nods it down to Madueke. And now Caicedo, who seems to have shaken off that knee complaint he had in the first half, but he's now shake off both Jones and Szoboszlai. Fernandes gives a nasty looking pass to Vega under pressure from Salah, but he's still going Ronaldo Vega. Good sliding tackle by Curtis Jones, and he shields Cole Palmer from the ball as he gets up. Great work from the Liverpool midfielder, and now he wins a free kick for a foul from Caicedo on the halfway line. The Ecuadorian can't believe it, but free kick given by John Brooks. Curtis Jones, have yourself a... Jones again. To Van Dijk, who sends a bit of a blind pass back to his goalkeeper there that the edge of the box. Sent forward for Nunez, but Gusto wins a flick on and Badiashile goes back to Sanchez. Spain international, as I said, is probably a third choice now for his country behind Arsenal's David Ryan, Athletics Unai Simon. Now here comes Pedro Neto running straight at the Liverpool defence, hits one low and hard. He just drags it wide. Neto has been really dangerous. He's a really pacey runner, a direct runner, and really you don't often see too many players like that in the game now. It's Gallagher now, it seems the wind has changed. I said in the first half it seemed to be blowing almost across the pitch. Now it seems to be blowing down the pitch towards the cop end, which Liverpool are attacking, and now Luis Diaz has caught Moises Caicedo, according to John Brooks, much to the disapproval of the Anfield crowd and to Luis Diaz. We'll see now if they have cause for concern. He doesn't get the ball, Diaz. It's not exactly a big clattering challenge on the Ecuadorian, but yeah, he certainly catches him. Anyway, here's Vega now, who has found his way into Roberto Martinez's Portugal side, alongside his club mate here, Pedro Neto. And here's Fernandes down the left to Neto. A nice flick gets him past Alexander-Arnold, but good work from Salah coming back to defend there. But Alexander-Arnold not really enjoying himself against Pedro Neto. His long ball looking for Nunez is nodded out play by Badiashile. Through into Liverpool, just on halfway really. Szoboszlai has ball in hand. We're going to see that fifth Chelsea sub now with 15 minutes to go. It is going to be Christopher Nkunku, as I thought. The French forward, another of those like Romeo Lavia, who Chelsea brought in at the beginning of last year and never really got a go at things, never really got a season going due to injury, but has really been enjoying himself as of late. A hat-trick in the Conference League against Ghent and also scoring against Barrow in the League Cup. And I know you're saying maybe not always the strongest of oppositions, with all due respect to any Ghent or Barrow fans listening, but he's a quality player, and to be able to bring an option that got off the bench for the last 15 minutes is really good for Enzo Maresca, as those two scoring siblings, Benoit Badiashile and Darwin Nunez, come together again, this time down Liverpool right. It's a throw-in or a free kick, to Liverpool, and it's going to be Noni Madueke who comes off. So Nkunku, usually more of an out-and-out striker, looks like he might be playing off of Nicola Jackson. And Cole Palmer up there too, Pedro Neto. Jones again. To Van Dijk, who sends a bit of a blind pass back to his goalkeeper there that was almost read by Cole Palmer, but in under the 6-yard box in front of Robert Sanchez, who takes to physically positioning the new man there, as Alexander-Arnold's going to whip this one in, a right-footed out-swinger. Not quite corner kick direction, but similar. In it comes. Oh, good header away by Nkunku. First thing he has to do is clear that one. There's a red shirt down in the box. I think it might have been Darwin Nunez. He's back on his feet now. He's back now with Gravenberch on the left, midway inside the Chelsea half. After Robertson, now Szoboszlai on the halfway line. And Jackson leading the Chelsea charge out of defence. He tries to block Robertson's long ball forward, but it's not away by Vega anyway. Salah tries to flick it on Vega, intercepted by Konate. A bit messy, but eventually Szoboszlai, now Konate, midway inside the Chelsea half, brings it under control. Salah. The box on the right hand side, cuts it back looking for Diaz, but well read by Enzo Fernandez, and well, he rather coolly passes that one out of trouble with Caicedo, and now Chelsea come to the attack. Caicedo's being chased by Nunez. He holds him off though when he plays it out on the right flank now, where Pedro Neto is going. He's out on the right and Nkunku on the left. Neto, right hand corner of the penalty area. Back it comes to Gusto. That a bit of momentum lost there for Chelsea as they tried to just get men forward. Here's Vega to Caicedo, as in Nkunku on the left side. Something else for Liverpool to deal with. From Nkunku back to Caicedo. I'd have been reluctant to move Neto off that flank, to be honest, the way he was troubling Alexander-Arnold, but I don't have the coaching badges Enzo Maresca does. Here's Fernandes now. Chelsea in possession. A pass is deflected off of Luis Diaz and gets cleared away to the Colombian. Now he's going to bring it away for Liverpool, and he has to hurdle it. Liverpool counter-attack before it got going. Quite rightly cautioned there. One of Szoboszlai, Jones or Gravenberch in the midfield, but given the game that Curtis Jones is having, it'd be very surprising to see him withdrawn. But Kelleher, long looking for Salah. Vega wins the header, taken down well by Alexander-Arnold. Vega wins a strong header above Salah, but at the cost of a throw-in to Liverpool, just in front of Enzo Maresca, as Arne Slot gives Alexis McAllister a hug. And also coming on there is Joe Gomez. He's snuck into the picture, so it's going to be a defender and a midfielder coming on for Liverpool very shortly. No, Alexander-Arnold takes a throw-in though, looks for Nunez, but Badiashile near battle again wins this one. Caicedo comes away with it in the centre circle. Neto slipped on the right hand side and Robertson's able to get there. Diaz takes it off his toes. Diaz left hand corner of the penalty area, Robertson ahead of him. Still going Diaz, he stumbles a little bit, still going Diaz. Faced up by Gusto now and at the byline, and kind of runs out of ideas, so does go backwards eventually to Robertson. And now back to Jones as Liverpool keep possession, but Luis Diaz sort of ran himself into a corner there with nowhere to go. Now it's back all the way back inside their own half with Virgil van Dijk. Nice from Jones. Down the left, gets it, gives it back to Diaz, left corner of the box. Diaz has space to shoot, he's going to, and he tried to beat Sanchez at his near post, and Diaz looks frustrated. Maybe he should have gone for the far post, but Diaz, in the meanwhile, has sent Christopher Nkunku away down the left, and he is chopped to the ground by Ibrahima Konate right in front of those two Liverpool subs who are about to come on. Konate might have been the man coming off anyway, with Gomez waiting, but that's a really poor one. Great overarm ball out from Robert Sanchez to find Christopher Nkunku, and a really poorly timed challenge from Konate and his French international teammate Nkunku. Right on the halfway line as we've hit 80 minutes now, and well, it is Curtis Jones to be withdrawn on 80 minutes. To be honest, as it stands, he'd be my man of the match, barring any late dramatics. He won two penalties, he thought, in the first half. One that was scored, the other that was overturned by VAR. He's off for Alexis McAllister, and he's got the Liverpool second after a beautiful Mo Salah pass. He's off and McAllister is on to join Gravenberch and Szoboszlai in midfield for the last 10. It's going to be Trent Alexander-Arnold who is withdrawn for Joe Gomez, so Gomez capable of playing was not Konate coming off at all, so that is Alexis McAllister and Joe Gomez here on for Curtis Jones and Trent Alexander-Arnold, two local Scouse lads, England internationals, both withdrawn on the 80-minute mark. So I did say that Pedro Neto was giving Alexander-Arnold some trouble. He's had to face three different wingers: Sancho in the first half, Neto for the opening of the second, and then Nkunku for the last few minutes. He's done okay against them, but certainly looking a little leggy against Neto, so it's now going to be Joe Gomez's job to keep Christopher Nkunku quiet as that ball is nodded back to Caoimhin Kelleher. He picks up with Cole Palmer lurking, and it's still Cole Palmer perhaps not as involved as Chelsea would like, but he doesn't need much of an invitation. This game is still very much in the balance going into the last 8 minutes plus stoppage time now at Anfield. I'm Mark Strange, unofficial live Premier League commentary for you. Liverpool 2, Chelsea 1. After earlier today, my colleague Neil Simons guided you through a dramatic late victory for Manchester City, a 2-1 win at Molineux over Wolves. John Stones with a late header that was initially ruled out for goalkeeper interference by Bernardo Silva, but overturned by VAR. Pretty much the last play of the game. That result meant Manchester City went top above Liverpool for the time being, but if it stays like this, Arne Slot's men will go back to the summit by a point, having won 7 of their opening 8 Premier League games, and also having won in the League Cup against West Ham and both Champions League ties against Italian opposition Milan and Bologna. As well, Alexis McAllister's not long on the pitch, and he's caught Malo Gusto out in the Chelsea right. So we have a free kick for the Blues here. As McAllister and Palmer find time to have a little chuckle about that one. Arne Slot not looking so enamoured, but Gusto has stayed down. And I mentioned that Sullivan Kunku around 78 minutes ago was the last of Chelsea's 5, so I hope that's the last one. It's a little bit a knee on knee. It's not nasty from McAllister. He's mistimed it, and his knee has sort of caught Gusto's as he was down. A painful one, no doubt, but unintentional, and only now are the Chelsea medics managing to make their way all the way over to the far side. But hopefully with Malo Gusto's sake and for Chelsea and Enzo Maresca's, that he's okay to continue. Otherwise it'll be the last 7+ minutes with 10 men. But he's off, and McAllister is on to join Gravenberch and Szoboszlai in midfield for the last 10. It's going to be Trent Alexander-Arnold, who is withdrawn for Joe Gomez. So Gomez capable of playing whenever the Seagulls qualified for Europe, but neither of them saw European action for that year. The two South Americans, the Argentinian McAllister and the Ecuadorian Caicedo. Curtis Jones' goal for Liverpool just 3 minutes after Nicholas Jackson's equaliser was confirmed by VAR. Beautiful ball from Mohamed Salah, found Jones at the back post. I initially thought maybe he's taken too heavy a touch, but he recovered well and poked it into the far corner past the onrushing Robert Sanchez, who could really do nothing about it. Jones won the penalty that Mohamed Salah scored in the first half, tripped by Levi Colwill, and then Liverpool thought they had another whenever he tumbled over Sanchez, but VAR confirmed that Chelsea's Spanish goalkeeper got the ball. It's Kelleher under pressure with Neto, who scoops one away to Robertson. 5+ stoppage time to go here at Anfield. What is the 197th meeting all time between these two? So far Liverpool have won 86, 46 draws and 65 Chelsea wins. As I mentioned, 8 out of the last 10 have been draws after 90 minutes, but 3 of those 8 were Liverpool Cup final victories, either in extra time or on penalties. Nkunku, Jackson back to Nkunku, hooks it behind for a corner, and those Chelsea fans in the Anfield Road end are on their feet encouraging their team. Nkunku is over to take the corner, right-footed in swinger it'll be if he chooses to get it into the box. He has Palmer as an option short, and he uses it. Palmer back to Gusto, he's recovered from that knock, left corner of the penalty into the back post. Good header this time from Gravenberch. Is it going to beat them to the byline? He and Colwill will challenge. Gravenberch almost ends up in the Anfield Road end after a strong challenge by Colwill, but it's out for a throw-in to Chelsea. Neto back to Caicedo. These teams, by the way, between February 2022 and March 2023 served up 4 goalless draws in a row, including the Carabao Cup final and FA Cup final, which were both won by Liverpool on penalties, and the 2 league games in that time were all goalless. So they went through a bit of a stage of these games being a bit of a snore, which isn't like them. I mentioned earlier some of those wonderful Liverpool-Chelsea games, particularly the Champions League ties in the early to mid-2000s. You had the 4-all in the 2009 quarter-final. They've met in 3 different semi-finals early in the early 2000s. You had cup finals. Jose Mourinho's first trophy as Chelsea manager was a Carling Cup victory over Liverpool in Cardiff on penalties. Nkunku, Jackson back to Nkunku. They've been a lot more entertaining than many of the recent encounters between these two, as Liverpool look to win their second home game in a row against the Blues, and we won 4-1 here last year. Colwill holds off a strong challenge from Diaz, and Caicedo come away. 87 gone. It's still Liverpool 2, Chelsea 1 here at Anfield. Caicedo to Gusto. He's been everywhere in this game. He's in the centre circle now. Palmer on the halfway line. He'll be looking to get a bit further up the pitch. We'll just roll it back to Gusto. Turn finds him. Kunku almost intercepted by Gomez. He does win it back, Gomez, and he wins a free kick. Good defensive work from the England international. Jurgen Klopp's first Liverpool signing, Joe Gomez. And he is still signed from Charlton Athletic, his boyhood club, and my goodness, how he has progressed and become an integral member of this Liverpool team. As for Chelsea and Enzo Maresca, that he's okay to continue, otherwise the last 7+ minutes with 10 men at all of them at various points of his time here. But plugged in as a right back for Alexander-Arnold, his former Brighton teammate Alexis McAllister. Of course, those two starred in midfield a couple of years ago whenever the Seagulls qualified for Europe, and neither of them saw European action for his summer in Germany, and Scotland crashed out of the group stages. All the way back to Peter Kelleher, who's under pressure from Palmer but doesn't show it and just sends it away. Gomez in the right corner of the penalty area, not exactly in a hurry to get that one forward. A heavy touch from Robertson, but he gets it back to Van Dijk. Looking ahead for these two. European action for both in the week. Liverpool go to Germany to face RB Leipzig on Wednesday night before they travel to the Emirates this day next week for another huge clash against the London outfit against Arsenal. What a game that will be. You can hear both of those live here on Flash Score UK. For Chelsea, Conference League, they go to Greece on Thursday night to take on Panathinaikos before hosting Newcastle this day next week as well. So some tough fixtures coming up for both of these sides, as Renato Vega and Mohamed Salah are also joining the Badiashile Nunez back and forth here. John Brooks just has to calm the situation down. Cole Palmer won't be in action in Greece. He wasn't included in the Conference League squad for a bit of game management, as the throw in from Gomez is headed away by Vega above Salah. We'll see very shortly what added time we'll have, with 2-1 to Liverpool. 2 second half goals in 3 minutes. Went from 1-0 Liverpool to 1-1 to 2-1. Chelsea were level for not even 4 minutes, and that's a foul by Caicedo on Gravenberch on the edge of the centre circle. As the clock now ticks into over the 90 minutes. 7 added minutes. We had 5 at the end of the first half, and we've 7 now. Arne Slot Gomez. And he is still signed from Charlton Athletic, his boyhood club, and my goodness, how he has progressed and become an integral mix of those 7 added minutes. Now it's a Liverpool free kick, which even at this late stage, Virgil van Dijk and Ibrahim Konate are still at all of them at various points of his time here, but plugged in as a right back for Alexander-Arnold, as still have one sub on his slot that he has up the sleeve for a late time waster and a late consolidator. Whenever the Seagulls qualified for Europe, and neither of them saw European action for Nunez. Badiashile again will shield it out for a goal kick in front of the Kop. We are rather nervously watching this here. The goal kick is taken quickly, and Badiashile was a free kick and a card for the Argentinian international. World Cup winner, Copa America winner. And he just bumped him off, had his arms at almost the seatbelt style across Palmer's chest, and that's a free kick to Chelsea in a dangerous position here. Palmer's going to take this one. It's roughly about 25 yards from goal and about 5 yards to the right at the edge of the 18-yard box, if you understand. Just a one-man wall for Liverpool. It is Mo Salah, everyone else in red and blue lined up roughly in line with the penalty spot in the middle. 3 blue shirts in the edge of the box. Should Palmer want to find them? No, he'll deliver into the box, and Vega won the header above Konate and puts it over the bar, head and hands for the Portuguese international, and from his manager Enzo Maresca. It was a tough one admittedly, but he met Palmer's free kick above Konate and just couldn't keep the header down. And well, still got about 4.5 minutes of added time to play as Vega in his frustration really goes for an incredible Hulk style rip with a shirt, but decides against it. And we've still got 4.5 minutes of added time to play, but that could be the last big chance gone for Chelsea. We shall see. Caicedo tries to bring down a bouncing ball in the centre circle. Nunez nicks it off, and Gravenberch and Enzo Fernandez challenging, and the Dutchman wins it. Salah over the top for Nunez. Badiashile wins the header. And Salah still going. Jackson now finds Vega down the left flank for Chelsea. Options in the middle. He slips a little bit and allows Gomez to come towards him. Throw into Chelsea though, in line with the edge of the 18-yard box. So they're going to looks like they're going to end this game on top, putting Liverpool under pressure. There's Badiashile. Gusto. Palmer. Jinky inside. McAllister goes out onto the right flank. Neto, right corner of the penalty area, delivers in. It's a great one to the back post, and Kunku's there and just couldn't get to it. He slams into the advertising hoardings and the cameras. What a ball from Neto. It was just out of the reach of Nkunku. Oh, he's inches away from poking that in at the back post. Just got the other side of Joe Gomez, who is going to be caught ball watching. Caoimhin Kelleher did do a good job of getting to his far post to cover, so he may have not have allowed it in the net. And Nkunku does just get his studs to it, but ends up sliding into the hoardings, as I say, and can't turn the ball in. What a ball from Neto though. He has Szoboszlai with him. Diaz runs infield. Gives it to Salah on the edge of the D. Salah in behind here for Diaz. Nice flick behind. Good block at Badiashile, but it's behind for a corner. And Liverpool will love that one. 2 minutes to go. Oh no, goal kick given. Well, I thought Gomez as Fernandez was trying to go through. That could be so crucial from Joe Gomez. Diaz lays it off to Robertson, then gets on a spike, and Robertson picks him out again down the left corner of the penalty area. Luis Diaz. Do they want the third goal? Maybe not. Diaz seems quite content just to hold it up. Lays it off to McAllister, out on the left again for Robertson. He dummies across, instead lays it off to Diaz, left corner of the penalty area. He's going to attack Gusto. Still going. Diaz gets a shot away and nearly into the top corner, just wide. That would have put the icing on the cake for Liverpool, but as it is, just over a minute of the 7 added to go. And the lead is still 2-1. We're so close to Liverpool holding on here for their 7th league win out of 8 and going back to the top after Manchester City ended up there for all of about 2.5 hours this afternoon. And Chelsea will stay in 6th and will miss the chance to move up the hoardings, as I say.